Call to order this special meeting and closed session agenda for the Belvedere City Council, Monday, June 12, 2023. We will proceed in accordance with the agenda and public comment will be taken in accordance with the instructions set forth at the beginning of that agenda. Can we call the meeting, call the roll, please?
Councilmember Cooper. Here. Councilmember Wilkinson.
Present.
Mayor Lynch.
Here.
Councilmember Mark.
Here.
Councilmember Chemnitzer. Here.
Thank you. We'll take public comment on the closed session agenda item. Is there anyone here who wishes to address the item? Not seeing any. Is there anyone online, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
All right, we will close the public session and we will adjourn to closed session and be back and report on any activities. Is it the full agenda item, not the additional agenda item? Is it the right? Yeah. That starts at 6:30. You'll have the opportunity.
The July meeting. I leave on that Friday after the July meeting and then I'm back. I'm missing right, you're missing. I'm back after that.
All right, good evening. Council has returned from a closed session and advice was given and there's nothing else to report. So we will close this special meeting and adjourn the special meeting. And we will turn now to the regularly scheduled city council agenda for June 12th. And we will proceed in accordance with the agenda that's published. And first in order is to call the roll.
Councilmember Cooper. Councilmember Wilkinson.
Present.
Mayor Lynch.
Here.
Councilmember Mark.
Here.
Councilmember Chemnitzer. Here.
Thank you. First item 3A is city council reports. Do any of my fellow council members have any reports they'd like to make?
I do.
Please.
First, I wanted to mention that the Marin Civil Grand Jury came out with a report May 30th, 2023, concerning seniors in Marin. It's a very interesting report by their standards, not very long, 20 pages. But many of the things that they are suggesting be done in Marin are reflected in the strategic plan that Belvedere has developed with regard to its age-friendly cities program. And among other things, in response to some of the questions raised in the Civil Grand Jury report, was emergency preparedness. And I'm happy to say that I attended, along with others, I'm sure will report the emergency preparedness event last Saturday. And I want to thank everybody that helped with that. It was really fantastic. At that time, the block captains were given a resource guide that was developed under the Age-Friendly program by Larry Binkley. He's our representative to the Commission on Aging. It's here, and every household is entitled to get one. If you haven't gotten one from your block captain, you can ask your block captain for it. It's really fantastic. You can also get it from the city, or you can get it from me. You can just reach me at nchemnitzer@cityofbelvedere.org. Other things reflected in the Civil Grand Jury report are the issues of social isolation and as Robert has reported with regard to the budget, the Founders Room is on target to be renovated, not only for emergency services, but down the line as a meeting place to help with the problem of social isolation for the more than 200 people in Belvedere who live alone. The second report, I just wanted to let you know that the Association of Bay Area Governments will have their annual assembly on this Friday. And as the council's representative to ABAG, I will be attending. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Chemnitzer. Any other reports of our council members? Councilmember Cooper.
I just wanted to echo what Nancy has to say. Robert and I manned the city table at the emergency preparedness event. And I really hope that this was the first event in many, because I thought it was so worthwhile. It was great to see so many block captains there, and Adam Gabser did such an incredible job organizing it. And it was fun to meet people and talk about safety and everything that was going on. So with our new communication plan coming up in the next few months, I'm hoping that we're able to get the word out to everybody the next time something like that is organized, because it was really worthwhile. I did attend a Tiburon City Council meeting where they were talking about their housing element. And I know a lot of people have read about Tiburon and had questions about it, and so did I. So One thing that the mayor there mentioned that I think was important is he said for anyone that's interested in having an impact, of being able to do something that if they feel the impact on all these small cities is stretching us beyond our capacities. He did mention, and I want to echo, that we do have 2 local representatives. One is Assembly Person Damon Conley, and the other is our state senator, Mike McGuire. And I urge you all to go online, find their emails, and send them a note about what you care about and what you think is important for your community. We vote for them, and they're our representatives up in Sacramento. So everyone that says, what can I do? What can I do? There's something you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. Any other comments? Just briefly, I'd like to note with sadness that the passing of our neighbor and former colleague, John Pearson. John was a dear friend to many in town. He served on the Planning Commission for 20 years, was vice chair of the commission for 13 years. He was appointed to a council position and served the remainder of that term to which he was appointed, and then thereafter served 13 years on the Finance Committee. I've heard from many what a great friend he was, and he was Citizen of the Year in 2010. I know he'll be missed by everyone, including those of us who presently serve in government here. I want to echo the comments from my colleagues about the Emergency Preparedness Day. I want to especially thank Adam Gavser for coordinating it, Tom Cromwell, who always is a spirited contributor, all of our block captains, Chief Wu and his colleagues, our city manager, Robert Zadnik, the entire city hall staff, and our planning commissioners and city council members who attended. I won't repeat the comments, but I will echo the point of Councilmember Cooper. It's a really valuable thing that we do, and I'm really glad we did it. I thought the turnout was terrific. Third, I just want to mention an update about the RBRA. There's been significant progress in the last number of years in moving boats off of the anchorage, including finding housing for many of those who lived in the anchorage. There's been significant progress in moving boats out of the eelgrass protection zone. The agency has received nearly $6 million in the last 12 months from state and federal grants to accomplish both the eelgrass restoration and the placement of people currently living on the anchorage in subsidized housing together with wraparound social services. I'll also want to note Stephanie Moulton Peters, our supervisor, who had chaired the agency for 2 years. Her term expired. And last week, I was voted into the chair position, and Tiburon's mayor, Jack Ryan, will serve as vice chair. And that's the update about RBRA. Before we move on, is there any public comment about any of the city council reports? Not seeing any here. Do we have any online?
I see no hands raised.
All right, we'll close public comment and move to the next agenda item 3B, which is the city manager report. Mr. Zadnik.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lynch. We do have a full agenda tonight, so I'll keep my updates just to 2 items. First, I'd like to start off my report by saying that I'm very happy to announce that we have hired Rebecca Markwick to fill the permanent role of Director of Planning and Building. Rebecca is currently serving as a planning director for the town of Ross. Before that, she was a senior planner with Belvedere. Rebecca is an excellent fit for our community. She understands our unique challenges related to housing and development and has the expertise, social, and leadership skills needed to run the department. I'm confident that she will be able to settle into the role with fresh perspectives and new ideas. Her first day will be next week on the 19th, that's Monday, so feel free to drop by City Hall and stop by and say hi in June. And second, the Belvedere Police Department will host a presentation from the Marin County Financial Abuse Specialist Team, or FAST team. The talk will focus on common frauds and schemes perpetrated against older adults. By definition, elder financial abuse is the diversion or theft of funds belonging to the elderly. This includes funds that are used to pay for basic needs such as housing, food, and medical care. With 29% of Marin's population over 60 years of age, it's important to raise awareness around this issue, of this increasing crime issue. Approximately 35% of adult protective service cases involve financial abuse. It's estimated that only about 1 in 5 of these crimes is ever discovered. So the Financial Abuse Specialist Team is a multidisciplinary team organized by the County of Marin. The team members include professionals with backgrounds in law, banking, financial regulations, law enforcement, investment, real estate, and accounting. FAST was formed in 2005 to provide expert forensic evidence in the investigation of complex cases of suspected elder financial abuse. FAST also works to raise public awareness and provide community education through professional training programs. I'll give a shout out to Jason Wu, our Chief of Police, for doing a great job in organizing this event. Once again, this training will happen on Wednesday, the 28th in the afternoon from 3 to 5 p.m. This will be at the Belvedere Community Center. And if you'd like more information on this event, you can find it on the city's website. So that's all I have for now, unless there's questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Robert? Not seeing any. We'll open it up for public comment. Any public comment on the city manager's report? Not seeing any here. Madam Clerk, do we have any online?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is 3C, a presentation and request for funding from Ruben Colora of Tiburon's Diversity Inclusion Task Force. Welcome, Ruben.
It's green right now. I think
There
you guys
you
can hear
go.
me.
Yep. First of all, I'll just introduce myself and then I'll follow up with the request. My name is Ruben Colora, resident here in Belvedere for about 3 years. And soon after the Yem incident, I was invited to be part of the Tiburon Diversity Inclusion Task Force. And just want to give an update since I am the lone Belvedere resident from as part of the task force. We made a lot of progress over the past couple of years, and it's always 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but the trajectory is good. Just briefly, we've done a focus initially on what's called Celebrate and Educate. You guys, if you've ever been down to downtown Main Street, we've done Juneteenth. This will be our 3rd year celebration of freedom for African Americans. Last year, we did a Diwali celebration for Indian Americans on Main Street. We did a celebration for Persian Americans, Nowruz, earlier this year. And, the feedback's been fantastic. I think a lot of people in the community of color or from different ethnicities appreciate the celebration they might not have received in other communities. And, the strategy that we take is this is my 3rd year as part of the task force. Our task force is half residents and half the Tiburon Council. So I've gotten to know the Tiburon Council very well. Is that we want Tiburon to be a destination and welcoming for people of all walks of life, which might be contrary to its historical reputation, but we're trying to lead the way and lead the charge to be a great destination for people of all walks, creeds, beliefs, and everything else. And that's the fun stuff. And, in the background, we are working on with a new chief of police. I'm sure Chief Wood knows Chief Jean over there. She's terrific so far, and working on some things with regard to the Citizens Advisory Panel and looking and integrating diversity, equity, and inclusion into the 20-year plan in Tiburon. And, we'll talk further when Belvedere is ready as well. But I figure we got Tiburon's budget to do it, and then we'll learn what works, what doesn't work, because some consultants haven't really worked out, some have, and then we can take a strategic approach here in the city of Belvedere. But want to invite everyone here in the whole community for our 3rd annual Juneteenth celebration. It's going to be this Saturday, 3:30 to 6:30. We decided to put it together with the Tiburon Classic Car Show. Some people might say that's kind of like bringing like Lizzo and Kid Rock together, but it's going to be fun. And on that note, Tiburon traditionally, we have a budget. I think it's $7,500 for this celebration. And, I feel like Tiburon's been putting it there. I'm a member of Belvedere, so I think we had a request for a budget just for Belvedere to contribute something to this event, since it's something that's attended by Belvedere and Tiburon residents to show our support for, our Tiburon Diversity Inclusion Task Force. Thanks very much. And I'll just note that we do have your request on our consent calendar for this evening. So we really appreciate the input, and hopefully we'll get you a quick response tonight. Any questions or comments for Mr. Collar? Not seeing any. I just wanted to thank you, Ruben, for your service, and also echo the sentiment that I encourage everyone to go down to the Juneteenth celebration and the car show. I'll be down there. I've been to the ones in the past. They're a hoot, together with many other celebrations down there. They're very well done. So thank you very much. Well, thank you. Appreciate the support. Excellent. We'll open up this agenda item for public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to address this agenda item? Not seeing anyone online.
I see no hands raised.
All right, thank you. We will close public comment and move to agenda item 3D, which is interviews of applicants for appointment to the following commissions and committees where we have openings. The staff report lays out the various openings. And the way we typically have handled this is to do the interviews at this time, and then we'll return at the end of this agenda and have deliberation and make our decision about who we'll be appointing. And so unless I'm missing something, Mr. Zadig, I believe we can call Mr. Seidel up to the podium. All right, Mr. Seidel.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening. Do you want to give us a little background, perhaps anything beyond your letter that you would like to discuss and be available for any questions we may have?
Sure. The thought about providing you with my letter, it really actually started with some conversations with some neighbors and friends from Belvedere who suggested to me that it might be a good idea to have an architect on the planning commission. And so I thought about that, and it sort of came to make sense to me. I have some experience in working with a number of communities throughout the Bay Area, mainly in the capacity of putting in housing and mixed use developments. The main thing I think our practice is about is doing it in a way that's compatible with the communities we work in. So that's the experience I think I could offer to the city. If you guys would like me to serve, I'd be happy to, participate in that discussion with Belvedere. It strikes me that there's a little more on the plate than there was in previous years. We have mandates from the state, we have development proposals. We have things that are, going to be important to the community going forward. And so if you think that my background will serve you well, I'm happy to participate on the commission.
Well, thank you very much again for applying. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you, Councilmember Cooper.
I don't have any questions, but selfishly, I'm very excited that Mr. Seidel has decided to step forward because we are facing so many issues on multi-housing, our odds, our housing element, and as you said, potential developments that could come in. And certainly having your experience there will just be incredible. So I was very excited to see that you would step up and volunteer in that position, because the Planning Commission is where this all goes really first before it comes up to the City Council. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilkinson. Thank you. Councilmember Kimmons.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you very much for putting your hat in. I served 10 years on the Planning Commission, and over that time, there were a couple of architects serving the city, and it's very, very helpful to the commission to have an architect, and certainly one of your stature. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mark.
Yeah, similar, no questions. I'd agree with Councilman Kimmons that your profession and your experience is invaluable and will add a fantastic perspective, not only to the commission, but as Jane said, to the work that we have in front of us this next couple of years in particular. Thank you very much.
I'll just echo the thanks, and I really enjoyed reading your letter. I agree entirely that your background would be an important fit. Thank you again. And if you can stick around until the end of this meeting, which will be late tonight or sometime tomorrow morning, we'll deliberate and get you an answer. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Or you can watch on Zoom. Thanks very much. All right, next up is the Historic Preservation Committee. We have one applicant for the opening. That is Terry DeGangi. Did I pronounce that correctly, I hope? Very well.
Yes, I didn't really realize that it was a presentation, but I just wanted to reiterate the information that I included on my letter of interest, and that is basically, I've lived on the island since the 70s, so longtime resident and many generations here in California and very interested in California history. My personal background is in historic preservation. As I mentioned, I have a graduate degree in museum studies and multiple internships, and was a director of collections for a Fortune 500 company for many years before retiring. And I have a profound love of the island. I'm one of those people with a big dog who walks the island all the time. And over the many decades have seen a lot of changes naturally. And I would love to see every opportunity that we can take to promote the category of historic preservation and knowledge of the category to new residents. You know, many people that move to Belvedere don't have the benefit of my age or necessarily the exposure to the category of historic preservation, but as much information as the committee could impart to the community, I think would be wonderful. Not everyone might be able to have a house or choose to pursue the Mills Act and the opportunities that that entails, but I certainly would like to participate and I would enjoy it tremendously. And that's really it.
Thank you very much.
Can I answer any
Okay,
questions?
do we have any questions? Councilmember Kevitzer?
No, just thank you for offering your
Well, I would love to be considered, so I'd love to do it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mark? Thank you.
Nothing? Okay.
Any others?
I just was wondering when you were involved with Hallmark in the corporate, were you living in Kansas City?
Yes, actually, I was director of their corporate collections for a good 20 years. And they, unbeknownst to many people, they have a huge collection actually of
Mhm.
archival material, that everything from Saul Steinberg to Norman Rockwell to Jasper Johns, to a whole litany of artwork and sculptures that they have purchased, which is beyond their actual core collection, which of course is, their artwork that they created
Right.
over a century ago. So
Well, I don't know if you know Bob Lightstein, who
yes,
lives.
I do.
Oh,
actually.
okay.
Yeah, I
Because
do.
he was president there
Yeah. He was with Gumps, and then again,
Yeah,
he was there.
and then with
Halls.
Hallmark. Yeah, with Halls, right.
Right.
So I when I saw that was your experience, I thought, oh, I wonder if she knows Bob. So that's great. Thank you so much for being willing to volunteer. That's terrific.
I would enjoy it. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And again, you can stick around or go home and watch on Zoom if you want to wait for the result. Thanks again. Next up is the Belvedere Tiburon Joint Recreation Committee. We have one applicant, Cynthia Webb.
Not quite sure what to say, but I have lived here in Belvedere and Tiburon since 1983. Both of my sons have been involved with sports and the ranch, and I have as well. I belong to the Belvedere Tennis Club, so I know how important racquetball is now to communities and senior citizens all over. I believe it's really important to be involved in the community, and I haven't done my fair share of that. But now that I am gainfully unemployed, I have the time to do it, and I actually have served on the civil grand jury, which I call Government 101. So I have an idea about a little bit about how all of these organizations work and the importance of all of them. Don't have too much more to say, so that's it. Oh, I've run a small business, so I know about what it means to operate in the black. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Have any questions, Councilmember Cooper?
I don't have any questions. I've known Cynthia many years. Our kids met in the park.
So my first volunteer job was Jane telling me, you've got to work on the Reed Regatta.
Yes.
So I don't know if all of you know this, but Jane is really the one who's responsible for starting all of that.
That's okay. Anyway, so besides being a fan, we are friends. No, anyway, so I certainly think you would bring a lot to the ranch. Definitely. I think your experience of raising young children here and all the way through, and now your experience as a grandmom here would be a great value, especially your small business experience, because I'm sure that the ranch is always struggling with financial issues, just like we all do. So thanks so much for offering to step forward.
Oh, well, thank you. It's my pleasure.
Councilmember Wilkinson, Vice Mayor Mark, Councilmember Kimitzer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The last agency or committee for which we have openings, we have two. This is the Library Agency Board of Trustees. The first candidate is Emily Poplawski.
Hello, City Council.
Hi.
Very happy and excited to be here today. My name is Emily. I have been a resident since 2020 of summer. Me and my family moved here. Since then, we've had our first daughter, Indigo, who just turned 1. And I very much represent a young working mother in our community that is seeking the opportunity to volunteer and hopefully do more. Beyond being a mother of Indigo and working full time, I've done the last 13 years of my life as a product executive at various Silicon Valley technology companies, including Walmart, Microsoft, House, and my last company of which was acquired. And because of my background and training in engineering, I very much like to understand group dynamics and teams and then work together very diligently on coming up with solutions that fit a timeline and budget. And it would be my honor to support something as exciting as the library and its new building and the staff there. I do attend the library about a week and very much enjoy the programming and the atmosphere. And I want to use my background in consumer apps and growing product to millions of people to hopefully translate and bringing more individuals of our combined communities, Belvedere and Tiburon, together to the library. That's all my comments, and nice to see you all.
And you as well. Thank you for applying. Councilmember Kimitzer.
Thank you very much for offering.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Mark, do you have any questions? Councilmember Cooper.
No, thank you, Emily. Great resume. We could use you a lot of places.
That's true. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. This may just be the first time you come here. Hopefully it's not the last.
The door's still unlocked, so I can run. Thank you.
Not for long. Councilmember Wilkinson.
I have no questions either than to say, I know you're a neighbor and a full-time mother and full-time job. So thank you so much for stepping forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our second applicant for the Library Agency Board of Trustees is Kathy Storr.
Good evening, Mayor
Kathy.
Lynch and commissioners. My name is Kathy Storr, and I'm an associate professor at Santa Clara University, where I have the opportunity to educate and support our upcoming teachers as well as teachers who are in the Silicon Valley school districts. My area of expertise is mathematics, and we have been in this area. We moved here in 1994, and then were transferred, kept our house, and then have been back for 7 years. And so I've had the opportunity to really think about how I might want to be more involved in our community, because I spend a significant amount of time in the Silicon Valley area, the South Bay. And so when this opening came up for the library board position, it piqued my interest because of my background in education and my work that I do down south with families and communities around mathematics. So I spend a lot of time in libraries. I've had the opportunity back in the day to spend time in the library with our children who are now grown. My family has supported the library for many years. And now with our grandchildren, I think the children's area there is absolutely stunning, fantastic. And I myself use a lot of the resources. And so I tend to be there on a weekly basis. So what I think I could add to the board is I have an extensive background in grant writing, grant reviewing, and receiving grants. I'm also the chair of our department, so I handle our budget. I can request the budget size. And of course, that's always open for negotiation, but I've learned, how to kind of get the most that I can to support and then be a very responsible agent of the budget for my department at Santa Clara University. So it would be my honor to be part of the board. And I think that I could add value to bring in the library to the next juncture as we move forward. So.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Councilmember Cooper?
I have no questions. Thank you, Kathy. The stores sure have been involved in this community, so nice of you to jump in as well.
Councilmember Wilkinson? Vice Mayor Mark? Councilmember Kimitzer?
No, but thank you for giving us some additional information about your background. That's really very, very interesting. Thank you, Kathy, for putting your name in.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. And I also just want to thank again all of our applicants this evening. We will deliberate and announce our decisions by the end of the evening, at the end of the evening. I also want to take a brief moment and thank all of the volunteers who agreed to reapply for their positions. Pat Carapiet on planning, Jenna Watson on Parks and Open Space. And I want to thank our volunteers whose terms have expired. Larry Storr on planning, Maureen Johnson for the library, Anne Marie Walker for Parks and Open Space, and John Shee for service on historic preservation. As everyone knows, this, did I forget one?
Parks and Open Space.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Nick Markman on Parks and Open Space, who's agreeing to continue working. Yes. Yes. All right. Sorry. Forgive me for that, Nick. As everyone knows, this community runs on volunteers. We really appreciate all of the interest and energy it takes to apply and to serve. So thank you all very much. I'll open this agenda item for public comment. Anyone here wish to address this agenda item? I'm not seeing anyone in chambers. Anyone on Zoom?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands. I just wanted to reiterate that this is likely to be a long meeting and volunteers do not need to stay until the end.
Yes, thank you. That's a good point. All right, so we'll close the public comment and we'll move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is, oh gosh, I'm sorry, goodness. Forgive me, there is one more. And that is item 4E, an update on the housing element task force by Robert Zadnik. Forgive me, Mr. Zadnik.
No problem, Jim. I'll try and make this quick. I know we've got a lot again. On January 31st, the city submitted its 6th cycle housing element to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, referred to commonly as HCD. Exactly 90 days later, on May 1st, the city received a response letter from HCD. The letter included comments, questions, and a lot of statements related to our housing element plan. In responding to this, the Housing Element Task Force has been holding weekly meetings with staff and our contract planner during the month of May and into June. The goal of these meetings is to collaborate on a response that addresses HCD's findings and ultimately gets us a path to certification with HCD. Obviously, if you've read HCD's letter, they are asking for considerable revisions and updates. Most notably, they're calling for zoning changes to specific opportunity sites that were identified as eligible for higher density. So the team is currently focused on really 3 main points: investigating the need and the potential to respond to HCD's comments regarding rezoning of those specific sites, reviewing the city's adopted objective design and development standards, known as ODDS, to match any possible zoning amendments. I'll note that this work could be done in advance of HCD's certification, or it's possible that ODDS revisions could be completed as a future program. And lastly, the team is determining what level of secret review is needed, which will be largely reliant on how we approach the 2 previous items. To keep us organized, we are developing a matrix outlining a point-by-point list of action items derived from HCD's letter, along with our responses for each item. Already, the group has amended Appendix C relating to governmental and non-governmental housing constraints, Appendix D, which is an analysis of available sites, and Appendix E, which is an evaluation of the previous element and its effectiveness of goals, policies, and progress towards housing and development. Still underway are amendments to Appendix A and B relating to fair housing programs and housing needs in Belvedere and the wider area. Our deadline for completing a majority of this work and certifying the housing element is January 31st of 2024. We're working backward from that deadline, understanding that additional CEQA analysis may be a large part of this work plan, which may compress our overall schedule. I want to recognize that significant component of our response letter will include public outreach. So we're looking forward to pulling in residents and the larger community to host community meetings on any proposed changes to our housing element. In terms of funding this work, $185,000 has been included in the 2023-24 city budget that Helga will be presenting later on tonight's agenda. Additionally, there will be some carryover of unspent funds from EMC's contract, which will also be available to continue work. And finally, planning staff is in touch with the County of Marin to determine if additional local and state funds are available to help Belvedere in this effort. Again, I said keep it brief, so I'll go ahead and conclude my update there. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sadnick?
I don't have any questions, but Robert touched on everything, and thank you. We've been focusing on, I'll highlight a few things that Robert did mention. Key deadlines, working backwards from January 1st of 2024. CEQA responsibilities and requirements related to that. And as an overview of everything, public discussion and outreach as we go through this in study sessions and more sessions available to the public, so we can be as transparent and open about this and everyone can have as much feedback as possible, which is not only essential for the community, but that's what HCD wants as well. They want that public outreach. So you touched on all of them, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? All right, thank you. We'll open the item for public comment. I'm sorry, Councilmember Kevin, sir.
Just had a real quick question. I don't need a lot of detail. I just was curious. You mentioned carryover from the MC contract. I take it some or all of the work that needs to be done is not within the scope of our original contract with EMC. Will we be looking for other help in that regard, or continuing with EMC, or do we know at the present time?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're currently working with EMC. They do have I think it's around 35 to 75,000 left in their current contract. And the question is really with regard to the scope of work, us coalescing around a work plan on that, which either involves EMC or potentially some help from another contractor as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone here in chambers who wishes to address this item? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
I see none.
All right, we'll close the public comment. And now we'll come to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is described in the agenda. The first thing we typically do is ask for public comment from anyone who would like to address any of the items on the consent calendar. Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to address any item? Seeing none, I'll ask if there's anyone on Zoom.
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
All right, we'll close the public comment and bring it back and ask if my fellow council members, anyone wants to remove any items from the consent agenda. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt the consent calendar in its entirety. Item number 4, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G on tonight's agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's move to agenda item 5A. These are the public hearings items. The first is consideration of collection rate for Mill Valley Refuse Service. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lynch. We do have a presentation tonight by Mill Valley Refuse Service and also R3, a separate consulting firm which was hired to do their rate analysis. I'm looking for Mill Valley Refuge staff here tonight. Right over there. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Hello, esteemed council. My name is Gene Delazopa. I'm managing partner of Mill Valley Refuse. The purpose of me being here today for this rate hearing is I want to provide some background as to how Mill Valley Refuse Service performed in 2022. And I also want to provide context as to the rate increase that we are requesting. We are requesting a 5.35% rate increase. We initially requested 4.5%. What changed this was due to a forecasted recycling rate change through our third-party processor at Marin Sanitary Service. During 2022, we also negotiated a new union contract with our employees to provide them with a livable wage. In addition, we've also addressed inflationary changes with diesel fuel prices. We've seen increases up to 40% during the year. On the positive note, we've seen recovery from commercial revenues with COVID. In addition, I've also upgraded the technology of our fleet with cameras, and we're also changing our ERP system that's going to help us with collection times, more transparency as to when garbage will get picked up and so forth. On the legislation side, we also have we've integrated SB 1383, which is short-term climate change bill. What that is designed to divert organic waste materials to landfills. We're in full support of that bill, and it's ongoing, and we have high compliance requirements and are very appreciative of the residents and businesses that have been participating in composting. In addition, we also support SB 54, which is a plastic pollution bill. The purpose of this bill is to decrease plastic pollution pertaining plastic packaging. So in regards to the timeline with that, by 2032, 100% of product packaging will be 100% compostable and recycling. This matters to me because I look at Mill Valley Refuse as a resource recovery company. And in the future, I'm optimistic there will be more sustainable products created, and which will also help with recycling rates per calorie cycle. I will now transition this to Jim from R3, who will provide more information through R3's report on our rate application. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks,
Okay.
Mr. Delazopa. And Jim, let me just suggest to you that we have your extensive report, which is we appreciate very much. Perhaps you can keep your comments relatively brief, and we'll take questions from anyone who's interested. Thank you.
Sure, that's not a problem. Let me share my screen. And the presentation should be fairly short. Can everybody see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let me try that again. About now.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for the invitation. And my name is Jim Howison. I'm the Senior Managing Consultant at R3. And the presentation that I'm going to talk about today is the methodology, the purpose, and the findings in a countywide comparison as we went through the Mill Valley Refuge application. So the first thing is to note is when we receive an application, obviously it comes in Excel, and what we do is we verify all the mathematics. We make sure that it adheres to the past practices. It conforms with the requirements for allowable and non-allowable costs, whether the projections are fair and reasonable and they make sense, and that also any allocations that are used are also fair and reasonable to all the different agencies within the application. During our review, Mill Valley is entitled to a 10% profit on all allowable costs. And that doesn't mean they get 10% on everything. Some costs are allowed a profit. Some costs are not allowed a profit, but they are allowed to be passed through with no profitability. And then certain costs are just simply not allowed at all. So in the 2 years following the rate application, MVRS is entitled to a CPI adjustment on maximum rates or may reapply for an increase in maximum rates to achieve a fair return. In this case, Mill Valley chose to do the rate application over the CPI. Rate application elements include reviewing the audited financial statements, which are prior year activity, non-audited financial statements, which is the current year. There's just not enough time to get the audit completed. Revenue projections by jurisdiction and by line of business, which is residential, commercial, and multifamily. And R3 found that MVR projections were fair and reasonable. As Jean discussed earlier, there was an adjustment generated by Marin Sanitary on the recycling stream tonnage. And again, all the revenues, all the expenses and everything came in reasonable, and we actually found no mathematical errors as previously mentioned. Overall, Belvedere's rate increase is 5.35%, which results in a 3.38% per month increase for the 32-gallon residents. And then the final presentation is, here's a countywide comparison that shows the Belvedere. If you look towards the right, it's in red in comparison to the other jurisdictions within Marin County. And that's the extent of the presentation right now. And I will stop sharing screen.
Thank you. Are there any questions from Mr. Howelson at this time?
I have one.
Councilmember Cooper.
According to your graph, it appears the Belvedere costs are much higher than other communities, and we're much tinier than all those other communities. So I think there was something in the report about the difficulty of our terrain. Is that what you attributed to?
Right. So whenever you look at a rate study is basically the graph that was presented. It's important to recognize that each jurisdiction can have different programs, different levels of service, which all then go into the calculation of what the rate is. So whenever you see a graph like that, it is a good comparison, but it is not an apples to apples comparison.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some questions for Jim along the same line, but perhaps I'd like a little more detail from you. Because I did notice in the staff report that says Belvedere's rate, which is rooted in the city's franchise agreement, is higher than the average. And this is borne out in the slide. I think it was slide 7 that just disappeared from the screen. The staff report said this is primarily due to our geographic area, terrain, and higher cost to service the area. And I wanted to ask you a little bit more about that because the other jurisdictions that Mill Valley Refuse Service serves in Marin also have difficult terrain. It's kind of countywide. I'm not sure that Belvedere is all that different than, say, Sausalito or certainly parts of Mill Valley. So I just wanted a little more explanation on that and what is meant by our higher than average costs due to our geographic area.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So within the city of Belvedere, the structure, the nature of the roads require the drivers to drive slower for safety reasons. And that slower time obviously generates into a larger labor and larger truck usage. And while recognizing that Mill Valley has more difficult terrain as a whole, just some areas, and it happens to be Belvedere, has that much more difficulty. As far as any additional aspects as to the services provided, I think I need to defer to Gene on that, as I know he's been in conversation with city staff. So if you wish, Gene, could you also help address the operational aspects of Mill Valley and Belvedere?
Thank you.
So some background with Belvedere, the terminology that is used in solid waste collection is harder to serve. And geographically, it goes from very narrow streets to very steep hills. And we use a wide range of trucks to provide the service. And we do train our drivers to work very slow and cautiously, given the roads and the terrains. In addition, another cost to consider or factor in is Belvedere does have a higher collection service in relation to backyard service, meaning drivers go up steep hills, steep driveways to collect the can, and in some instances to return the can. All of these factors play into the cost. So just to summarize, we use more resources in servicing Belvedere in comparison to other jurisdictions. And that's what is, that is what I'm trying to convey when it comes to geographic characteristics.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Vice Mayor Mark?
Yeah, please. Jim, you mentioned in your report that Marin Sanitary Service large increase moved the overall rate increase from 4.5 to 5.35. That in that quick slide that was up, looked like that cost almost more than doubled.
It
Mind commenting
did.
on that a little bit? I mean,
Sure.
that's a rather large, significant increase for a service of yours.
It is, and regarding recycling, it is probably one of the most frequently asked questions that we receive regardless of agency. The difficulty with the recycling is recycling products is a commodity. It's similar to oil. And as such, the price fluctuation is great. I mean, 2 years ago, the price for recycling plummeted, and practically every hauling company in the state scrambled to adjust their compensation for that lost revenue. All I can tell you is it's real, it's true, it does fluctuate, but it is really outside of the control of many haulers, because it is just basically a commodity product that fluctuates just as much as oil or any other commodity price.
And that's the 27 to 60 something that you showed, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I have one question that's more for Robert. Can you remind me, Robert, my understanding is that we gave notice on our 10-year contract last year. Is that correct?
That's correct, last year,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. So the reality is I know we're asked to approve this rate, but we're locked into a contract.
For another 9 years or a little bit less.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. Seeing no other questions, I won't, thank you, Gene. Thank you, Jim. Let me ask, I'll open the item up for public comment. Is there anyone here who wish to address this item? I'm not seeing anyone in chambers. Is there anyone online?
I see none.
All right, I'll bring it back. Yeah, we'll close the public comment, and Gene, can we ask you to come back up, please?
Yeah, Gene, is there, not immediately, but going forward, is there something that you can not off top of your head today, but perhaps prepare and get to Robert? Is there something the city can do to alleviate or reduce those costs for you, to make it better for ourselves and for our citizens to have cheaper rates?
That's an excellent question. I think I'm more than open to kind of discuss some of those ideas in terms of the contract itself. I do want you to know that I'm doing everything I can in terms of navigating inflationary costs and operational costs in order to provide the best collection service possible. I think what we can do to change moving forward is going to be contingent on a lot of the technological upgrades that I am assigning with my fleet, while also trying to navigate essentially regulation institutionalized by California Air Resources Board. Just to add, comment as to for the future, we are building the groundwork when it comes to zero emission vehicles. I'm getting a little off track here. My apologies. To get back to your question, I'm more than open to discuss the contract with the city council, and we'll also share what we are changing internally, operationally, and I'm more than welcome to have that discussion.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Gene. Let me ask my fellow council members. Councilmember Wilkinson, any comments? Your last question was one that's been on my mind, and I appreciate the point, but perhaps you can start there.
No, I mean, I think it's a highly regulated, hard business with low profit margins, and I think we get excellent service. And so I'm very happy that we did a rate study just to corroborate that the costs are being accurately reflected. And given the very large increase in energy prices last year, it strikes me that this rate increase, while unfortunate for all of us who pay our bills, is completely understandable within the context of the economy. So I certainly support this rate increase.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper.
I would agree. Also, I think we do have excellent service, and it is just like the rest of the world, everything's getting more and more expensive. And but thank you.
Councilmember Kevin.
Yeah, Gene, I want to thank you for the presentation. It was actually much clearer than we've had from Mill Valley Refuse in past years sometimes, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that has gone into it. One thing that you might, I support this rate increase, but I also think that Councilmember Mark's comments are well taken. Perhaps you can continue to have an open, active conversation with our staff to try to find ways that residents who do want to lower their rates might change their behavior in some way that would make a difference to the company. And apart from the rate increase, I want to say that I really appreciate your drivers and your staff that work so hard in Belvedere. Many have been here for a long time, and I want you to convey to them that we really do appreciate their service and their kindness.
Vice Mayor Mark.
Yeah, thank you. And Jim, thank you for the study. That was very, very helpful. I do support the rate. Don't love it, but support the rate increase. And thank you for your presentation.
I want to echo both of those sentiments, the thanks and the lack of adoration for it, but we certainly understand much better now than we did. So thank you. Before I call for a vote, can I clarify with Mr. Zadnik or perhaps our city clerk? Resolution in paragraph 2 refers to a rate application proposed at 5.11%.
Thanks for catching that, Jen. That should be 5.35.
Okay, very well. And then the attached sheet, Exhibit A, sets forth with some more precision the exact rate increases, correct?
Right.
All right. With that clarification, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution approving the 2023 collection rate application for Mill Valley Refuse.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the matter passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we move now to item 5B, consideration of impossible decision on an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of 53 Alcatraz Avenue. Do we have a staff report?
Yeah, our staff report tonight is from Sammy, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Lynch and members of council. For your consideration this evening is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision made on April 18th, granting demolition permit, design review, and variance applications for the property located at 53 Alcatraz Avenue. This presentation will include a background of the project site, the basis for the appeal, staff's analysis, and recommendation for council. On April 18th, 2023, Planning Commission approved design review, demolition, and variance applications for the project at 53 Alcatraz. The project included a residential remodel, carport conversion, deck expansion, landscaping, and fencing. At the April 18th Planning Commission meeting, neighbor and property owner of 51 Alcatraz Avenue, Petra Hansen, argued that approving this project would remove the only parking space available on her property, and that a lot line adjustment or easement to maintain the parking was the best solution to address the loss of parking. These images provided by Ms. Hansen show the existing parking between 51 and 53 Alcatraz. In 2016, the city approved a lot line adjustment between 49 and 51 Alcatraz and 53 Alcatraz Avenue. This is 53 Alcatraz Avenue, and this is 4951. 4951 and they were both granted equal parts, 292 square feet. At the southern portion here, 53 Alcatraz was granted 292 square feet. 51 Alcatraz was granted the same portion here along Alcatraz. This red square depicts the approximate location of the existing off-street parking between both parcels. In June of 2021, Ms. Hansen entered into a license agreement regarding the parking for 53 Alcatraz Avenue. The license provided Ms. Hansen access to a portion of 53 Alcatraz to continue to use one off-street parking space here and one space within the carport. The appellant claims 10% of her parking space encroaches 53 Alcatraz Avenue, not 50%, as shown here on the license agreement. The appellant concedes that at least 10% of her current parking encroaches onto 53 Alcatraz. The Planning Commission recognized this predicament faced by Ms. Hansen and imposed a condition of approval granting a 2-year parking license extension, which would provide Ms. Hansen additional time to pursue parking alternatives. The appellant claims condition F on the 2016 lot line adjustment required the parking space to remain between 53 and 51 Alcatraz Avenue. Condition F stated to provide a parking access easement to address which property has use and rights to the existing parking space located adjacent to Alcatraz Avenue in the area of the new lot line, as shown on attached Exhibit 2. Emails on September 1, 2016 confirmed that city staff intentionally removed condition F after conversations with the owner and applicant of the site. Because staff removed condition F from the lot line adjustment, the owner of 53 Alcatraz Avenue was not required to provide parking or access easement to 4951 Alcatraz. The appellant claims the plans for 53 Alcatraz improperly limit neighbor parking and require modifications. The Belvedere Municipal Code states that required parking spaces shall not be reduced in number or size. 53 Alcatraz is required to have 2 parking spaces. This project converts the carport into a 2-car garage and continues to provide 1 off-street space, maintaining the required parking spaces. Belvedere's municipal code does not require a property owner to maintain off-street parking for a neighbor. The appellant claims the proposed landscaping and rear deck modifications would improperly intrude on and impact privacy for 51 Alcatraz Avenue. 8 silver sheen pittosporum and 15-gallon pots would be planted at the side yard, as well as a 5-foot 10-inch privacy fence. As a condition of approval, the Planning Commission required the silver sheen to be kept at a length of 6 feet. The height of the fence and landscaping are consistent with the Belvedere Municipal Code and would not be located on or require alterations to 51 Alcatraz. For council's consideration, the architect of 53 Alcatraz provided renderings to show the proposed privacy fence abutting 51 Alcatraz Avenue. This rendering shows the proposed deck expansion and existing tree on 51 across the lot at 51 Alcatraz Avenue. Staff recommends that City Council adopt the resolution denying the appeal and uphold the decision by Planning Commission approving demolition permit, design review, and variance for the property located at 53 Alcatraz Avenue. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report. I did have a couple questions just at the outset, there's a lot of materials here. I just want to make sure that I'm reading them correctly or getting any different feedback from you. Is it the position of staff that the ADU that's proposed for 53 Alcatraz does not require a separate parking space?
That's correct. It's close enough to transit that it does not require a parking space for the ADU.
All right. And so does chapter 19, the provision around parking, require the proposal at 53 Alcatraz to have 2 parking spots?
53 Alcatraz is required to have 2 parking spaces.
Okay. And what's proposed is 2 in the garage plus 1 on the apron in front of the garage.
That's correct.
All right. Excuse me, in front of the house. Thank you. I want to ask about the license agreement that's in the materials. In the license agreement, the third whereas clause says that the license agreement to allow parking for a period of time was, quote, in consideration for the sale, close quote, of the property. Is that the way you understand the license agreement?
I wouldn't comment. I don't want to comment yet because I have to revisit that and look at that before I make a comment on it.
Okay. It then goes on to say that in subdivision 3B or 3A rather, it says that the license agreement shall remain in place under certain circumstances, one of which is until the licensee completes construction of parking structure for her own property at 51 and 49 Alcatraz. Is that the way you understood one of the terminating provisions of that license agreement?
Again, Mayor Lynch, allow me to look at the
Okay.
license agreement again.
Very well.
We could come back to that.
There's a letter in here from Mr. Rifkin that turning to the side yard setback. And he asserts in that letter that there's been a change in the plan that has eliminated the need for a side yard setback. Is that correct?
Based on the plans that were received by staff, it is correct. The original approved plans, it wasn't as detailed in that section. So I asked the applicant to clarify that side yard setback and whether or not the ADU and the fence and the rail went into the side yard setback. When we saw the revised plans, staff agreed that the project still remained outside of the side yard setback and within the property boundaries.
So there's no variance required on the side yard setback.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Chemnitzer, any questions for staff?
I'm sorry, just one. With respect to the last question Mayor Lynch asked, I believe he's referring to page 1 of the Rifkin letter, 1 and 2. There's a lot of materials here, so I'm wondering if it is in our material someplace. Just let me know if I missed it, but it says see new sheets A0.09 and A0.10 attached as exhibits A and B. I did write an email to staff prior to this meeting saying I did not get those exhibits. Do we have the revised deck that you just mentioned, the revised deck plans that you just mentioned?
You do that. Those attachments that were referenced were the renderings that were shown on the screen.
Okay,
Those were emailed, as well as the letter from Len with all the exhibits as well. Or, I'm sorry, yes, Len, the attorney.
I'm sorry, that didn't,
The letter that you were referencing, that
where are exhibits A and B to the letter?
they're in the attachment that we emailed late this afternoon. When the attorney submitted last week, it didn't include those attachments, and then they resubmitted today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that after 4 o'clock? I may not have gotten that.
It went on around 2:40.
Okay, so, so just returning to that, since I didn't actually see those, is it staff's understanding that the statement at the bottom of page 1 of the letter has revised the plan so that any encroachment to the side yard setback has been eliminated and no setback variance is requiring? Is that what you were just referring to and with respect to Mayor Lynch's question?
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
perfect.
correct, Councilwoman.
Okay, clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mark, any questions?
Yes, please. Just following up on Councilmember Kiminster's question. So Sammy, in particular, on A 1.00 of granted the old planning deck, that side yard need for a variance, that's been relieved.
Relieved.
So,
Correct.
so where it's a foot and a half or so into the side yard setback, they've moved the deck back, so that's no longer a objection or a need for a variance.
That's correct. The original plan didn't properly show the side yard and the deck in the setback, so they were provided revised plans to really show it.
Okay, thank you. And Andrew, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but could you take a quick moment and how does the Planning Commission and the City Council consider a license agreement between two parties? Is this something we consider in our deliberations and our understanding of it, or is it something that's independent and separate from it, that is handled civilly between the two of them?
Good evening, Council. Let me try to answer that question, or at least take a first stab at it. So it is certainly the Planning Commission in its consideration did consider the license agreement. And as is explained in the staff report, that is a condition of approval, that they do extend the license agreement for additional 2 years. So at least in the decision below for the council's consideration today, the license agreement is a part of the picture. But in terms of whether that is necessary, I think that's less clear, but it is part of the sort of factual landscape that the Planning Commission addressed.
Well, because I had a similar question that Mayor Lynch brought up, that the license agreement does have that notice in it that until parking is resolved at 5149, the license continues. So that would seem to indicate that arguably
It doesn't, just for clarification.
It just keeps going.
For clarification, the termination is on one of 3 things.
Yeah.
The licensee no longer has control of the property and it doesn't transfer. The licensee at 49 and 51 Alcatraz actually builds parking for their property. Or if neither of those, then December of 2022.
Okay.
So it expires by time, now extended to April 25.
Does that answer the question, Councilmember? Okay, thank you.
Well, related question, picking up on Vice Mayor Mark's question, under our code, under Chapter 19, which is cited in the materials, isn't it right that not every parcel is required to have parking if it didn't have parking at the time the chapter was introduced?
Yeah, my understanding, and certainly I will defer to staff if they want to add more, but my understanding is that Chapter 19.68 wanted to sort of capture sort of a moment in time about sort of the amount of off-street parking. And, you know, obviously that predates me, but whatever off-street parking exists at that point, they sort of wanted to freeze that in place. But as the staff report explains, you know, that's really an obligation about the property's own adjacent off-street parking, not any off-street parking that it maintains for the benefit of the neighbor or the neighborhood.
Well, and also, isn't it right that Chapter 19 doesn't require property owners to maintain all of the parking at their parcel, right? It requires them to maintain all of the parking at their parcel that's required by the chapter and that was in existence as of the time the chapter was passed or later comes into existence, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you had an excess of parking, you could reduce the parking at your own parcel so long as you maintained the minimum amount of parking required by Chapter 19?
Right. And
Okay.
again, I think that's primarily intended, at least in our interpretation, for the benefit of the property owner, as opposed to the benefit of sort of adjacent neighbors or property owners.
Thank you. Any other questions, Vice Mayor Martin? Councilmember Cooper?
I need to go back a few steps and ask something more basic, I think, from you, Andrew. And what I want to know is, what are we actually supposed to be voting on? Are we voting on denying the appeal? Or are we actually supposed to deliberate everything the Planning Commission did already?
Or granting the appeal?
Or granting the appeal?
Yeah, the
Right.
city council is here to address the appeal.
Just the appeal.
Correct.
So we're not making decisions about trees, and we're not making decisions about the layout of the house, and we're
No.
not talking about the siding, and we're not talking about the paint, and all that has already been done.
Right.
And now we're just looking at the actual appeal and whether we grant it or deny it.
That's correct. So it's sort of the planning commission's decisions and the grounds for appeal that are articulated by the applicant.
Okay, so I guess then my kind of along with the other questions, then are we able to insist that someone work out an easement, or is that like the license you described, and that easement would be more of a legal document between the two properties rather than us sort of dividing the baby, as it were?
Yeah, maybe it'd be helpful if I started sort of just reiterating, I think, my understanding of the planning commission's decision.
Okay.
And that was to extend the license agreement for an additional period of time, as Mayor Lynch just mentioned, until 2025.
Okay.
It is, the planning commission did not choose to go the route of trying to or attempting to establish a permanent easement addressing this parking issue. I'm not sure if the city council is inclined to go that way. That would raise certain legal issues, in my opinion. But I think they did focus on at least a short-term, reasonable approach to this difficult situation. I hope-
No, thank you.
Does it help? Thank you, council member.
Councilmember Wilkinson, any questions?
No, I mean, I guess just building on that. So we cannot force one property owner to give land to another property owner, but you're suggesting that you can force an extension of a license for a fixed period or indefinitely, or what are the options for the city council or for the city?
The planning commission, I think, reasonably extended the license agreement for what it viewed as a reasonable amount of time for the party, Ms. Hanson, to address sort of the parking situation in its opinion. I think that was a reasonable approach and certainly legally defensible. Whether there is some outer limit and how long of an extension they could have forced, I guess, was an interesting question. And maybe we can address, if you really want to go down that route, I may need to come back to you with a final answer on that. But I think what the planning commission did below is certainly something the city council can uphold tonight.
Okay, and then the only other question I had was, presumably when Miss Hanson purchased 51, she knew that she was purchasing a property without parking and that she only had temporary parking next door. She understood that when she purchased the lot.
I think that's a question you may have to pose to Ms. Hanson.
Okay.
Thank you, council member.
Thanks.
Any other questions for staff at this time?
If I could just clarify, to Jane's question, this project is being reviewed de novo, meaning that pretty much anything's on the table, though. Correct?
I would hesitate to say sort of anything is on the table. I think in terms of just notice the parties who are interested in this issue, I think we are generally guided by the bounds of the appeal and what was the issues raised on appeal. And that is what the staff report's analysis focused on as well. If the city council wanted to go entirely different route it's possible that we would need to continue this matter to another time to allow the parties to address an entirely new issue they're unaware of.
I'm just trying to understand. It's always been my understanding that an appeal is looked at, obviously on the items of appeal, but it is handled on a de novo basis where, you know, all matters are potentially under review. I'm not suggesting it is or was. I'm just trying to understand fully, because we have had some correspondence about trees and about other things.
Yeah, but I would say probably I would recommend to the city council that if it wanted to take a different direction in this matter, that we would, as a matter of fairness, want to, if it's an entirely new issue, give the parties to address it maybe in a fuller opportunity and probably continue the hearing another day.
I don't hope to or expect to. I just was trying to understand the staff report and my previous understanding.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
All right, if there are no other questions, we'll open up the public hearing. And I'll ask if we can, the appellant's team to come forward first and ask you to limit your remarks to 10 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Lynch, Commission members. I'm Petra Hansen. I'm the owner of 4951 Alcatraz. I wanted to just address you for a few minutes and then turn it over to my attorney, Elizabeth Berkhorst. Just wanted to make brief comments. I've been the owner of these charming cottages for 2 years. And at the time when I purchased the cottages, I had 2 parking spaces, one temporary at the location of 53 in the carport, and was very clear was temporary, and the one under the oak tree. And under the oak tree are considered permanent. And I signed a license that I consider now irrelevant. It expired in December of 22. It made it very clear in the license. It is full of errors. The attachment is an incorrect drawing. It was a license, I understood at the time, between the previous owner and me. He was an attorney, I'm not. I considered it mostly for the carport, but I understand it also covered that little sliver under the oak tree. And that license expired in December 22. And I'm not parking in the carport anymore, but my tenant, Harv Chapman, who has been a tenant of these cottages for over 2 decades, he relies on that parking space under the oak tree. And so I'd like to raise two points. One is concerning my parking. I'm pleading to preserve this parking and have a permanent solution. Extending a license, first of all, would require me to agree, because this one expired. We do not currently have a license. And it made it very clear in the license that we would have, that it cannot be extended. We would have to have a new agreement. So that is one legal issue maybe to consider. But most importantly, we need a permanent solution. And this, according to my broker at the time, that parking spot is on a concrete pad. It has 3 parking spaces, 2 for 53 and mine, that is mostly now on my property. And that was done, I relied when I purchased the units on the official documents as recorded in Marin County. And that was the survey, the official survey. And that survey showed the grant deed and the lot line adjustment. And it showed clearly that 292 square feet went to Alcatraz and gave me mostly the space. And in return, I gave up, or my property gave up 292 square feet on the Bellevue side, because the property line went literally through their house on 53. But that assured me that I have almost a legal parking space, and I recognize that all of Corinthian Island is very tight with parking, and people are neighborly and work things out. And my parking space, and this is where the oak trees are important, is hampered by an oak tree right north of the parking space. And if you cut that oak tree, you could scoot forward a little bit, and it would be entirely on my property. But nobody wants to do that, and I certainly don't want to cut the oak tree. And the oak tree, I'm also pleading, it should be considered on a larger scale, all of Corinthian Island. We have beautiful coastal oak trees, and the planning committee approved to have 2 coastal oak trees cut and eliminated on 53. And we have proof that owls, and there may be spotted owls, living and breeding in those trees. We have pictures, we have proof of that, and yet it was decided to cut these trees. And I was quite surprised at that. So I'm pleading to consider the trees. Certainly my oak tree is not going to get cut. I'm looking, for solutions, but I'm pleading to preserve the concrete parking pad and my spot. And I would like to also point out that at the last meeting, it was incorrectly stated by the city attorney that the lot line adjustment had the effect of granting that sliver to 53 and imposed an impediment to 49. To me, it was just the opposite. And I think that may have confused some of the commissioners and why they were so quick to maybe suggest another temporary solution. Because it's actually very difficult to come up with a permanent solution without cutting the tree and considering the elevation. It would consider building. I have looked at it for 2 years. The previous owner had looked at it for 2 years. And I would be fine to just preserve at least one spot and make that a legal spot, because as I understand, also off-street parking is required, at least one spot for my property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can I share my screen?
Sure. You have 5 minutes left, Ms. Breckus.
Thank you. And if I could get a couple extra minutes, I'll take it off my rebuttal if that's works for you.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Breckus, representing Petra Hansen regarding the appeal. The appeal grounds are twofold. Obviously, the parking issue. Secondly, the deck variance. With respect to the deck variance, we had an approved deck variance in the rear. We're asking you to reconsider. The side yard deck variance was not known. The plans were not clear. We have since heard on, as a result of this appeal, that the plan was to build right above the ADU, which is inside the side yard setback. I think it therefore is incumbent upon you to grant the appeal as to that and modify the approval, which approved the last set of plans. And incidentally, to the questions that have been raised, no one has seen the revised plans. I have not received them, and you have not received them, and that is a problem here. With respect to the hearing, but the Planning Commission, all of them agreed that the parking was a problem for the neighborhood. There were specific comments about the fact that they need to solve that issue, and that without that, this project could not be approved. So again, to one of the comments by the council, it is possible that you could find that the project does not meet the code and needs to be returned and should be denied on the basis of that. And if the council is not inclined to grant an easement, given the parking problems that are created, we would suggest the project should be denied and should be revised. The city attorney has made a comment suggesting that an easement is a different question. That's not the statement by the city attorney Ann Danforth at the hearing. She specifically quoted 2004-005 and stated that that provision specifically entitled the Planning Commission to grant an easement or a license. And she specifically noted that the real shortage of parking on Corinthian Island creates a public problem for public interest and welfare, and that it could be denied, the project could be denied. And when asked specifically if the creation of an easement as a condition of approval could be allowed, she specifically expressly stated that could be done. The existing parking was not fairly represented at the hearing. If you look at the picture on the left, 3-car parking carport. In fact, if you look at the attachment to the license agreement, it gave Ms. Hansen the right to park in 1/3 of the carport, which is a 3-car carport. The second photo shows that tandem, there can be 6 spots in front of the carport. That will not be possible with the garage enclosure as planned. Here's the other spot. It's a 7th car on site for 53 Alcatraz. It is parked off site and on 53 Alcatraz, right next to the spot for 4951 Alcatraz. So again, 7 spots being eliminated in addition to the 8th spot on 4951 Alcatraz. Where are those parking spots going to be found? They're going to be found in the neighborhood. Mr. Rifkind has made the point that there is no connection and that you cannot grant parking for a private neighbor. We know that it will affect the neighborhood because the parking that is currently on site based on these 7 spots and the 8th one on the appellant's property, they will now locate public spots and eliminate them. And that is the nexus, and that is why the city can absolutely grant this. Regarding the interpretation of the ordinance, if you take a look at the language of the ordinance, the interpretation being urged will eliminate some of the language in the ordinance. The code does not say off-street parking spaces may not be reduced below that which is required by the code. That's not what it says. It does, in fact, freeze in a moment of time, and it says that parking that is created at the time of the ordinance is codified or which is thereafter provided. So again, I would urge you to take a look at that language and see that it does eliminate reduction in parking. Parking is a community-wide problem. People love living on the Corinthian for obvious reasons, but the biggest problem is a lack of parking. It's a problem for every property owner I've ever represented in the Corinthian and for other residents and neighbors I've spoken to in connection with this project. And parking's about to get tighter if the project is approved, because we know that two residences, 49 and 51 Alcatraz, will have no parking and we'll be searching for parking. We have an ADU with the use of that. We'll be looking for parking, and the project itself eliminates parking. Owl habitat. 53 Alcatraz oak tree serves as owl habitat, and here's the proof. They are removing 2 heritage trees for a new garage and for improvement to the site. If my client is required to create a spot by removing her tree, that would be a real tragedy, and she doesn't want to see it. And of course, the prior owner did apply for that, and that was denied. So again, the owl habitat is in fact connected with this project and the appeal, and we urge you not to approve this project in a way that makes it likely that there'll be a further application to remove the oak tree. The deck variance, the 6-foot landscaping is not going to do anything because both properties have decks at the upper level. The variance findings were inadequate, as I stated in my letter. The enlarged deck will create an expanded outdoor living area in direct view of 51 Alcatraz. If I had known that photo was going to be presented, I would have shown a competing photo that will show you how clear the viewpoint is between the 2 decks and how it'll be even more visible once the deck is expanded. As to the side yard, we know that the approved plans showed the deck in the side yard, and our appeal must be granted on that ground. There are significant.
Ms. Breckus, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll just note that you've used 7 minutes of your, collectively you've used 13 minutes, 12 minutes of your time. You'd have 3 minutes remaining for rebuttal. So we can give you some more minutes if you'd like.
There are significant adverse parking impacts, and the elimination of the parking on site for 53 as well as Hanson's parking spot is a significant problem. It's very impactful, and it's impactful to the entire neighborhood. And that is the nexus that justifies the requirement that an easement be granted or the project be denied. Again, the deck should be denied for a rear and side yard setback variance. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask, we'll leave you 2.5 minutes for a rebuttal, but may I ask, while we have you here, you've studied the licensing agreement, I assume?
I have.
Yeah. And the license agreement refers to a license by the property owner, which is the property at 53 Alcatraz, right?
Yes.
And it licenses the right to park 2 cars on the property, right? That's what it says?
It does.
Yeah. And so the buyer, Ms. Hanson, knew that when she bought the property, she got into this license agreement and thereby obtained the right to park 2 cars uh, on the property at 53. One is one vehicle in the garage, and the second is on the existing parking pad of the property located along Alcatraz Avenue to the south of the property, right?
Partially true and partially not true. First off, the license agreement included the parking spot, one of 3 in the carport. With respect to the parking on the parking pad, only about 10% of that crosses over an area where there has never been parking by 53 Alcatraz into a spot that is 90% the parking of 49 and 51. How did that happen? Well, the properties were subdivided in 2008. Now, if somebody were thinking about this problem later or earlier, they would have said, we shouldn't allow the subdivision in this way. So with all due respect to the city of Belvedere, that was on the city at that time to not create 2 substandard non-conforming lots that don't have parking that would exasperate a community-wide problem. Did Ms. Hanson agree to the license? She did. And her expectation was that that historic use into the parking pad would be allowed. But you're correct. The license specifically allows that access.
And it says that the whole burden of the license agreement is to confer this right on Ms. Hanson until such time that she is able to attempt to obtain all necessary permits and approvals to construct a parking structure on her own property. That's what the license agreement says, right?
Well, I think you're placing unfair emphasis on
I'm
one.
just asking you if that's what the license agreement says. I'm trying to
In
get your
part,
understanding.
it says that in part, but the basis for the appeal has nothing to do with the fact that that term exists. It's before the city whether this project is good for parking in the Corinthian Island or not. And
I'm just trying to understand what the property rights here are because Ms. Hanson represented to, I'm just trying to understand before we sort of, to make sure we've heard from everyone, because it was her assertion a moment ago that she understood when she purchased her parcel that she had the right to park on that existing parking pad. And the license agreement says that she doesn't.
it was her misunderstanding
Okay.
that that license agreement did not cover her ability to get in and out of the 90% of that parking space. So it
That's
was a
helpful.
misunderstanding, and that's why she phrased it in that way.
Thank you. That's helpful. Any other questions for the appellant at this time? Yeah, Councilmember Wilkinson.
I just want to come back to this issue of the tree because Miss Hanson indicated that under no circumstance would she remove the tree to create additional space for her to have a full parking space. In the event that we deny this appeal, is that still the case, or would she then seek to have that come to the city to see whether that tree could be removed?
I can't speak to that answer. I know that it is her firm belief that that tree would be a terrible loss, as are the 2 trees that are being removed as part of this project. And we also know the precedent was that that was requested previously and denied. So does she want to see that tree lost? No, she does not. And that is why she is suggesting to the council that a permanent solution to preserve that tree would be to require an easement over 30 square feet to get in and out of that space.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
I
Cooper.
just had one question. I know that there's the photo with the owl. I have no way of knowing what tree it's actually in because there's nothing that gives it an actual location. But in your letter to us dated June 6, 2023, on page 9, there's actually a statement that says that Exhibit C, which is that photo, is on 4951 Alcatraz that regularly serves as a habitat of an owl. And I think in your presentation, you said it was in the oak tree of 53 Alcatraz. So I don't want to belabor that because I don't really know where that tree is, and it would be impossible for me to make that judgment. But I just wanted to point out that maybe there's some discrepancy there because in your own letter, you said it was actually 4951.
That's fair. And Ms. Hanson corrected me today and said, no, that is on 53 Alcatraz. If you have further questions about the tree and the photo, because I didn't take it, I'd be happy to defer to her.
I think the only other question I had is I was trying to figure out a timeline. And so it looks like 2011 was the parcel transfer. And then May 2016, there was a lot line adjustment between the homes that was approved with a condition F. And then in September, the lot line adjustment was approved without condition F. And then August 2019, everything got filed. I'm not sure what happened in 2020 and 21. That was kind of left blank. And then June was when the license agreement was first signed. June 2021.
I'm not clear on some of the comments, like the 2011 transfer. I'm not sure about. My understanding is that the subdivision occurred in 2008, 2016. There was a lot line adjustment when it was recorded exactly. I'm not sure. The sale occurred, as I understand, in 2021 with the license being granted. Is there, did I miss one of your questions?
No, I think it was just kind of confusing. So I wanted to go through it and make sure that I wasn't in error more than anything else. I guess that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mark.
Yeah, hi, Mrs. Breckus. Just real quick, on the variances that you're commenting on the side and the rear yard, the side may be a non-factor if in fact the plans, as you said, they aren't there now, but if they are, have eliminated that side yard space within the side yard setback. As far as the rear setback, and for people in attendance here, and Sammy, if you can confirm this, I'm looking at R1.00 versus R2.00, existing versus proposed. It looks like the existing deck, the new deck is in the exact same spot as the existing deck on the northwestern side of the property facing 49 and 51. It only is slightly extended further in the rear yard setback on the other side of the property to even up with the property line. So is there, and I understand it's a existing nonconformance, and because of the demolition, the variance is required. I understand there is a variance. They don't get the benefit of their existing nonconformance. But how is this more impactful than what is currently there?
Well, as the applicant themselves explained to the commission, they felt their deck was inadequate for all of the outdoor living space they would like to do out there. So they are expanding it into the side yard. The expansion that I'm hearing today is going to be out of the setback and no more than 5 feet away from the property line, but it will be an expansion. And then the expansion in the rear will be an expansion that allows, more people to congregate and to be outside. And of course, they're raised properties and the noise and outdoor congregation does impact my client, and that's why she's opposing it.
Okay, so it's the expansion of the rear deck towards their property. I see that. That's the portion that is your objection.
Well, we're already, if they're allowed to expand it into the side yard, then they're allowed to expand it. But the request is to not expand it beyond a variance, in part also because we don't believe the variance findings can be made just based on the fact that they're a lot smaller. And so they get a smaller deck.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Breckus. Let me call the representatives for the applicant at 53 Alcatraz, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Len Rifkind and Matt Peterson, the architect. he needs a moment to get his, to give you the documents before we start. If we could stop for a sec, because we're not presenting yet. We can stop the clock. Thank you. And Mr. Peterson's going to begin the presentation and I'll finish it up.
Sammy?
I can screen share from here if that works. Would you like me to screen share the presentation?
Sure. Actually, I need to have it in front of me. If it's necessary, you can just do it from there, and I'll present from here. We can.
Okay.
I'll signal you to go to the next slide, but we'll figure it out. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Matt Peterson. I'm the architect for 53 Alcatraz. And as you know, this project was approved with unanimous approval during the April Planning Commission hearing. Throughout this process, we've taken comments from the Planning Commission, city staff, and the community. We've listened to all their comments. We've incorporated those. And through this process, we've actually garnered a lot of support from the community itself. At that April Planning Commission hearing, we had 9 supporting memos from our neighbors. And we have, we've made changes that have made the project better based on their comments. You can go to the next slide. You can click a few times and fill that page up with information. The proposed project is a 576 square foot expansion of the existing home, adding the new master bedroom, bath, and expanding the living and dining area and the powder room. One of the points of the appeal is that we need this variance for the rear yard deck expansion, and we're proposing to expand that deck by 224 square feet. Only 93 square feet of that expansion would be in the rear yard setback. A very minimal amount of expansion is what we're asking for. If we go to the next slide, you can see, click at that again. This is the existing home. It's very small. It's much need of update. And that carport is a 2-car carport. If you take the Belvedere Municipal Code definition of a parking space, it's 8 by 18. The interior dimensions of that carport are less than 24 feet wide. You cannot get 3 cars in there legally. We have 3 parking spaces. We started with 3, and we're proposing 3. Next slide. And click. So the proposed development adds 1,280 square feet of livable space. And as you can see, next bullet point, we need the expansion of this deck in the rear yard, and this is a modest expansion again, and only 94 square feet within the setback to actually egress around the existing deck and the expanding footprint of the home. So without that expansion, we'd have no egress from that deck. And that's why we asked for that, and that's
why we got it. So go to the next slide. And so with the approved plans from the Planning Commission, there was just a lack of detail, and we've added detail now to kind of explain how in these very small lots with minimal clearances to setbacks, we're actually conforming. Go ahead and hit the next bullet point, Sammy. So the north deck does not require a side yard setback. The area shown in blue is the deck that's beyond the setback of the house. And that includes the railing and the deck. And the area below then is the roof of the ADU. So we kind of have this sandwich or this overlapping of the deck on top of the ADU, but part of that is the roof of the ADU. So let's go to the next slide. And then this detail, did a wall section to kind of reiterate that point, and click a few times there, Sammy. You can see that's the deck, and then in blue, and then the ADU is in orange. Next slide. And I'm not going to get into the pretty pictures as much. I don't know if there's much debate as to the materials and the architectural aesthetics. So let's cruise through these, Sammy. But the intent here is that we're conforming to the context and of Belvedere by creating a design that's aesthetically pleasing from all sides of the home. We're using only natural warm earth tones. We have stone elements, we have wood, and light beige stucco is the primary mass. Go to the next slide. Now here, they're contending in this appeal that there's a new issue of privacy, but the reality is the issue currently exists. There's no privacy. That area in red is this open connected pathway between the two properties. And this proposed design will resolve that privacy issue. So go to the next slide. As you can see, click again. This is the privacy fence. It's 5 foot 10 feet high. It provides that privacy that is needed there. And then click again there, Sammy, and you can see that these are the pittosporum silver sheen that surround the property. There's a number of them along the shared property line. And in the Planning Commission, we decided that we would keep these at 6 feet, only because that's per zoning, the allowable height of a fence, but they could be taller. They grow to 10 to 12 feet. So with the final approved landscape plan, we can address any privacy concerns with more buffer of vegetation along the shared property line. Next slide. I think you've seen these, but this again just shows that the privacy issue exists now and is resolved with the proposed design. I'd also like to point out that the trees on 4951 do provide screening, as you can see if we go to the next slide. Just keep clicking. This is the existing deck, and then the proposed rendering. We're talking about an 18 square foot expansion into the rear yard. If you're looking at the proposed rendering, and as you can see, the trees on 4951 completely occlude your view, and there's no privacy issue. But if we want to address that even further, we can with a final landscape plan. And go to the next slide. And then finally, I just want to thank the city planners and the Planning Commission for having thoroughly vetted this project and unanimously approved it. I also want to thank the support that we've received from the community and the neighbors. And this project will be a wonderful addition to the Belvedere community. I'm excited for this to happen. I'm going to let Lynn take over.
Can you stop the clock, Mr. Mayor, just for a second, please?
Sure.
Can you have Sammy move to the parking slides, just so we have those up?
We don't, we have parking.
You know, the ones where you did the parking metrics and we showed them, you have those?
They have them.
They have them at Hardscape. Okay, all right. Go ahead, we can start again.
All right.
Thank you. Again, my name is Len Rifkai, and I'm the attorney for Tony Sutherland here. And so I heard a lot of questions about license and easements and that sort of thing. So let's just be clear, what's the difference between a license means you have a right to use someone else's land with permission. An easement means you have a right to use someone else's land, typically in perpetuity forever. I would suggest this council has no legal right whatsoever to impose a condition of an easement forever for the benefit of a neighbor to use someone else's property. And I would suggest that this council, and nor any council in the history of Belvedere, has ever imposed an easement on someone else's property for a permanent use. It's a private right. You can't do that. It's called a legal taking. You heard your city attorney said, well, there would be legal implications. You're right, there would be. Ms. Sutherland offered out of the goodness of her heart a license that expired on its face in December 1st of 2022 and said, okay, I'll extend it 6 more months to this month of June of 2023. She offered at the April 18th Planning Commission, say, okay, I understand Ms. Hanson needs to work out her parking issues, but they shouldn't be on my property, but I will be a collaborative neighbor. And I will say, fine, use my property for another 2 years to April of 2025. She has no obligation to offer an easement. She offered it, the Planning Commission took it. And so that's what it has. The solution to this parking issue is that Ms. Peterson needs to either have no parking and she can walk down the street to the public parking there, or she can create parking on her own property. I'm not creative enough to tell you how to do that. I'm a silly attorney, but some bright engineer architect could figure out how to get parking on her property. I'm sure it can be done. And so that's it. My letter, I'm not going to reiterate it. I mean, you poor people had to read the long, boring letters from 2 sets of lawyers. I'm sorry, but my letter, at least I tried to do for you, Councilmember Cooper. There's supposed to be a chron in there. I gave dates in chronological version, and I will stop at this point and answer any questions because I'm just being reiterative of what's in my letter.
Thank you. Can I ask one quick question? I appreciate that the license agreement has not been extended, by, terms. It hasn't been signed, but your client, Ms. Sutherland, did offer to extend it to April of 2025.
Correct.
And she hypothetically stands by that if that was a condition of the planning approval on that, and the appeal was denied hypothetically.
Well, we'd like to not offer it because we think when you offer something and the response to it was they've got an appeal. She offers something nice and the response was the neighbor doesn't sign a license agreement presented to her, hasn't signed it, and file an appeal. So it's not exactly like that was a nice thing to do. But to answer your question directly, Mr. Mayor, yes, that was a condition of approval of the Planning Commission. We will stand by that and say that if this council wants to deny the appeal and uphold that condition, that we would stand by that. In your slides that Mr. Peterson put in there, he actually used the AASHTO, stands for some car turning radius thing, the engineers use. And he demonstrates objectively what's going on with the parking on this space on Alcatraz. And the fact of the matter is you cannot get 2 cars parking parallel and that it's going to work along Alcatraz. You can only get 1 car in there. If the front car that Ms. Peterson's been talking about that pulls all the way up to the oak tree on Alcatraz, if that car is in there, then a second car completely on 53 Alcatraz cannot park parallel as well. It's just too tight. It won't happen. So the only way that there's just no way for 2 parallel cars to park there. Ms. Peterson acknowledges and admits that she can't get to her spot without pulling over 53 Alcatraz to do it. So she's going to have until April of 2025 to do that. And after that, that license is going to lapse and she's not going to be able to do that anymore. There's no more legal right to do that after that point.
Thank you.
And I think that's it about the parking radius. I think Mr. Peterson's slides are quite helpful. You can show existing and after that's on his slides showing how it works.
Other questions?
Yeah, just real quick. If Ms. Hanson were to take out the oak tree and move her parking space, not just 10, 90% or whatever percentage you ascribe to, but all the way onto her property, I would presume she would still need to drive on 53 to get into that parking spot.
Well,
Pretty much
now-
no matter what.
Well, now you're going to ask me an engineering question and a design question. So the answer is a prior planning commission denied the removal of that oak tree, perhaps for good reasons, because it's aesthetic and it's beautiful. And not many people are for taking out beautiful heritage oak trees. But if we want to put a priority on parking on Ms. Hanson's property, maybe that's what's going to happen. But Mr. Peterson provided gratis free plans and sketch ideas to Ms. Peterson of parking solutions. She has taken no steps, no act. She told you, I haven't looked at this in a couple of years. So to answer your question, would she be able to park solely on her property if that oak tree left? I think the answer is yes, because there would be a different access off of Alcatraz in order to get that tree blocks at the present moment.
Okay.
Other questions? I'm sorry, go ahead.
But your client's intent is at the end of this license period now, if preferably, but end of this license period is to have not just four wheels parked off her property, but no access to that. If there was parking on 4951, your client doesn't want them driving over your property to that parking spot.
Correct, because that would require a classic easement or a continuation of a license. And Ms. Peterson doesn't have any legal right, once this license lapses, to go on her neighbor's property for any purpose.
I understand, just being clear.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Wilkinson.
Just a really quick question. So during construction, is that space still necessarily going to be available?
You've asked a very apt, good question. Again, over my pay grade, construction management, staging and all of that. So they're certainly going to keep the carport up and use that for the majority of staging. But the fact of the matter is some construction materials are probably going to have to go in that space, and it's going to require neighbor cooperation, collaboration to figure out how that there's some storage and staging of materials or truck for that contractor. And excuse me, and Ms. Peterson during the license period to still use that spot. And by the way, it isn't even Ms. Peterson that's using it. It's her tenant, she's told you, that's using it. And the license provides specifically no assignment of the license to anyone else, which is a technical legal beagle violation of the easement right there. Excuse me, license right there.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilman Cooper. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I urge you to deny the appeal.
Thank you. We'll now call for public comment on this agenda item. Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to address this item? Please come forward and tell us your name and address. And you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tandy Rubenstein Ford. I am not a resident of Belvedere, but I'm a resident of Corinthian Island, which is, as you know, a mix of Belvedere and Tiburon addresses. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I mostly want to express my extreme concern over taking out those heritage coastal live oaks. I don't know if you know this, but the live oak is one of the single trees in the entire world that sequesters the most carbon in the entire world. It also can hold up to 2,500 species of flora and fauna can live within the canopy of those trees. They provide shade to our island. They provide moisture from the moisture that evaporates from their leaves and their trunks. They also, really anchor the end of the island. I see every day tourists coming to the island to enjoy our beautiful scenic spot. And those trees are part of that. If you look at Google Earth, the entire canopy of Corinthian Island is covered, the entire Corinthian Island is covered by the canopies of the oak trees. And I just think that, and also every day, we all read the news, and I can right off the bat list 3 articles that I read 15 minutes before I came to the meeting. I read the headlines. Number 1, a landmark youth climate trial begins in Montana, the architect's home state. Number 2, speaking of forest fires, New York City has just been bombarded by terrible air from burning wildfires in Canada. Number 3, America has a chance to make farmers climate heroes. Climate change is in the news everywhere for good reason. It is happening. It is not something that we are making up. Scientists all over the world are wondering what's going to happen next. We've got floods, we've got fires. So we need to be consider our natural resources and what role they play in helping to protect us from those impacts. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here interested in addressing this agenda item? All right, seeing none. Oh, there is someone in the back, yes. Please come forward.
Photograph that said 53 back up on the screen. I'd like to address the question as to where the owl.
Can you come to the microphone, please? Tell us your name and your address.
My name's David Ford. I'm Tandy's husband, and I also live on Corinthian Island. And if you can put the photograph that said 53 Alcatraz, I can show you exactly where that owl is. As my wife mentioned, people from all over the world, because we see them at the end of Corinthian Island, come to enjoy the views. And I've written some comments, but I found it interesting that the attorney for 53 Alcatraz just told us how valuable he thought the oak trees were. And when I think I might have been the first one to mention, the first one that says 53, to mention the owl to Petra. I did not take the photograph, but if you look at the palm tree, you'll see when you look at the owl in the photograph that Ms. Hansen's attorney put up, if you look at that tree is coming down, but that palm tree is right behind it. So the owl is actually in the tree that's being removed, and you can position the owl by looking at the palm tree from the other side. So again, we walk around the island, we see the owls. They're one of the wonders of Corinthian Island, but not the only one. So I've written my comments so that I can try to stay on track. And I know the impetus for the meeting is parking. I think, frankly, parking solution seems pretty obvious to me, but I don't want to address that. I really do want to address the trees. So I'm here tonight to speak for the voiceless. I'm speaking for the trees that so majestically rise above the properties in question. I'm speaking for the many species of flora and fauna who call those trees their home. And for the many, and I'm speaking for the future generations of people, plants, and animals that occupy this land and for whom we're entrusted to protect. I want to start by saying that I'm not opposed to construction at 53 Alcatraz. We are not tree huggers looking to stop construction. Standing at the corner of where Alcatraz and Eastview meet, that's the corner where you see the parking structure, or standing below on Bellevue Avenue, or standing on the Corinthian Lane steps, there seem to be lots of possibly great design options. But standing at any of those locations and looking up into the canopy of the beautiful oak trees, it's clear they deserve to be protected along the way. I was at the meeting at which the fire marshal talked about fire risk. I live on Corinthian Island and understand that fire risk. But when I heard the committee simply accept that the architect could not find a solution to save the trees, frankly, my first thought was to find an architect who could, because so much is at stake. I do not know if the care has been taken to estimate the age of each tree. I do not know if care has been taken to inventory the species that call those trees home. But for decades and decades.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein Ford. I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we do have a long agenda and have to move on.
So, okay. Well, again, I hope you reconsider the project.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else here who would like to address this agenda item? Not seeing anyone. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have Uri Sarid.
Right, let's bring him in.
Hi, everyone. My name is Uri Sarid. Can you hear me?
On his end.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. We live at 82 Alcatraz in Corinthian Island, right across from 53 Alcatraz. I apologize, I couldn't be there in person, but I'm a little bit sick. I didn't want to risk anyone else. We also are not opposed to the project fundamentally. I think it's going to be beautiful, and I wish the owners all the best. But I do think something is seriously missing. We're going to lose two very significant, beautiful heritage oaks and the habitats and the skyscape they support. And that can't be just passed over as I believe it was. I'm asking the city council to allow us the time to study a different direction than just a parking discussion. On the issue of fire, there is a conflict, it seems, between the new building and the old trees. But instead of only looking at the option to take out the trees, how about also seriously looking at ways to coexist with them? What about moving the structure a little? What about architecting it around the trees? How about a fireproof roof? What about sprinkler systems on the roof? What about trimming just some of the branches and not taking out the trees completely? It seems there was hardly any discussion in depth about the options before just accepting that the trees had to go for fire reasons. I'm really convinced that more can be done if we really want to take seriously that clause about minimizing removal of important trees. Second, habitat for endangered species. We know there are owls that frequent these trees, right? We have the pictures. We don't know what type of owl, but we do know that the endangered northern spotted owl inhabits this general area. And at the very least, we would ask for some time to conduct a study to determine whether these owls are the endangered ones and would be endangered by chopping down these trees. And the third is the iconic look of Corinthian Island. The cluster of heritage oaks at 53 Alcatraz form an iconic look familiar to anyone who visits Corinthian Island. Lots of people who live here, lots of people who visit. Chopping down the two big trees as planned would eliminate a large amount of that canopy, reducing that rounded overall look of tree cover to just a couple of trees. That would change the tip from a shaded, iconic look to a largely barren, hot, and sunny area. So in summary, we're not opposed to this project, but we do ask that the City Council send it back to the Planning Commission to insist that serious time is invested in exploring the actual damage that may be caused by removing these trees and in truly trying to leave the trees in some form and coexist with them. I think we can do better. We find a solution that works for everyone. Please give us the opportunity, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you so much. Are there other comments on Zoom?
We have Santa Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Oh, good. I'm a co-founder of the Tiburon Climate Action Committee, and although I live in Tiburon, I'm very concerned about the proposed removal of live oaks from the residential property at 53 Alcatraz. Tonight, I strongly second the comments you've already heard from David and Tandy Ford and the previous speaker about the reasons for and the benefits of saving these iconic trees. As a grandmother who cares very deeply about climate change, I'm particularly in awe of the capacity of large heritage oaks like these to capture and sequester carbon. In fact, as Tandy said, they are far and away the most effective trees in North America for performing this very vital service. And with all the talk of planting trees to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, preserving existing large mature oaks like these is a surefire way to tackle global warming. And the larger and older the oak, the more effective they are. Cutting them down is doubly counterproductive because it not only prevents them from continuing to do their incredible work in absorbing carbon, but quite alarmingly, it would also release all the carbon into the atmosphere that they have been sequestering over the years, thus directly adding to greenhouse gas emissions and global warming. The council has already clearly and wisely acknowledged the value and importance of preserving large heritage trees in its recent update to Belvedere's Climate Action Plan by adding a strategy section on sequestration and adaptation, which begins with a list of commitments under the title Urban Forest. So if we're serious about addressing climate change and stemming the climate emergency that we're all experiencing, we must use the best tools and strategies that we have available to us. And existing oaks are exactly that. Saying that we will replace them with new young trees is simply not an honest or effective compensation because it would take many, many years and many, many tree plantings to make up for the loss of these extremely valuable trees, trees that are valuable not just to Belvedere and not just to Tiburon, but to the wider world. So whether we live in Belvedere or Tiburon or elsewhere, we're all impacted by the proposed cutting of these coastal live oaks at 53 Alcatraz. So please rescind any approvals given to removal of these trees. And if the best strategy is to send it back to the Planning Commission for reassessment, please do that. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Do we have anyone else on Zoom?
I see no other hands raised.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment and ask for any rebuttal by the appellant group. Ms. Hanson, Ms. Breckus, you have 2.5 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I would just like to close by saying that the oak tree was there when the oak tree parking was there when the lot was subdivided, when the lot line adjustment was granted, it was there. And as long as Miss Hanson's tenant has lived there, which is for decades, that was a parking spot. This project eliminates it. Contrary to what the applicant's attorney has said, Ms. Hanson has seriously looked at the options and they're not ideal. And in fact, the proposal that would eliminate a tree is one of widespread neighborhood concern and should be a concern to the city. The project seriously impacts the community because all of the parking spots that are available are going to now be parking in community neighborhood spots, and there's very few of those. And that is the nexus that allows the council to grant an easement, which is a permanent solution, whereas a license is not. The city attorney, Ann Danforth, has stated specifically that the city can require an easement, and we urge you to provide a permanent solution, which the easement is, but the license is not. And finally, we ask that you deny the deck variance, which does expand the deck and will impact privacy beyond which is necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. I'll ask now if the owners at 53 Alcatraz have a rebuttal. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, again, members of the council. So let's talk about trees. You can tell objectively what are the existing trees on the property, looking at sheet R.100, that's the existing site plan. And you can look at sheet A.100, that's the proposed site plan. You compare those two and you'll be able to tell what trees are existing and what trees are proposed to be removed. So while I tell you to go look at a sheet, now I'm going to keep talking. So now you have to figure out if you're going to look at the sheet or listen to me. So do you want me, Mr. Mayor, can I stop talking for a minute while you guys look at the sheets, or?
We can do both. We have both eyes and ears.
You're
so keep
more
going.
capable than I am. I can only do one thing at a time. But in any event, here's the summary of those two sheets. What I want to tell you is that there are 4 heritage oak trees on the property. Only 1 heritage oak tree is being removed. Which one? It's by the carport. Why is it being removed? Because the fire marshal said that's a danger and you have to take the 1 tree that's by the carport. It's too close, has to go. 3 of the 4 heritage oak trees on the property remain. There's a second oak tree that's not heritage, that's by the front door, that's in poor shape, that is being removed as well. So 2 oak trees total are being removed. 1 heritage by the carport per the fire marshal. The second one, which is not heritage, is by the front door. Owls. Everyone's very concerned about owls. I think owls are a great thing to protect. Who doesn't like owls and who doesn't like oak trees? We're not taking out the tree that has the owls in it. That's it's at the rear of the property. It's staying. No one's taking out the tree that Ms. Breckus showed on the screen that has owls in it. That tree is staying. Next, we keep talking about parking spots and all that. Let's be absolutely clear. There's 3 legal existing parking spaces, 2 in the carport, 1 on the street. That's the current position, condition, and that's what's going to end up when this project is over. You're going to have 2 cars in the garage and 1 on the street. So, and the Planning Commission found that you only need 2 spaces for this project because the ADU is within a half a mile of buses and transit and that sort of thing. But we're giving you 3. So with that, the project architect would like to have the last word.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that we did look at multiple solutions to save the 1 significant oak tree that we're removing. And I hear the concerns from the community with the removal of that tree. No one likes to remove a heritage oak. Unfortunately, we provided a plan that communicated the structures around the tree. And that would have been perfectly fine in terms of planning. But Mike Lantier, the Tiburon Fire Marshal, was not okay with that. And he provided comments at the April planning hearing, and I invite everyone who's concerned about the preservation of trees and the development of lots in this community to refer to his comments. Very enlightening. And ultimately, unfortunately, there is no solution to expand within the prescribed limits of lot coverage on this site, given that it's so small, and save that heritage oak tree. And as Lynn just said, we're saving 3 of the 4 heritage oaks, and we're going to great lengths to do that. And in the conditions of approval, we'll have tree protection measures, and we'll take the utmost care to make sure that those trees are preserved, because we do care about those trees just as much as the community. But recognizing also that it's my client's right to develop her property within the prescribed zoning limits. And we looked for solutions, and unfortunately, preserving that tree was just not practical or feasible. And with that, I want to thank you for your time, and I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right, we'll now close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion. Can I begin with Councilmember Cooper?
Yikes. Well, this obviously was a very time-consuming review for all of us, and we all put a lot of time into it. I guess I just go back to my first question, which is, I know we've heard a lot about the owls and the trees and redesigning the house and potentially redesigning parking areas, but it's my understanding that isn't what we're here to do. And so we're here to determine whether what came out of the Planning Commission is what will be held up or denied. Okay, so at this point, I think with all the different presentations and all the very thorough explanation, both written and explained here, that, am I supposed to say what I think?
You can either give us your thoughts at this time, or you can pass and wait to hear what your colleagues
Sorry,
have to
everybody,
say.
I'm still new at this, so that's why I'm asking. This is only my 6th meeting, so, and I've never been on the Planning Commission, so all this is a steep learning curve. Anyway, I tend to feel that what the Planning Commission did would be what I would support.
Thank you. Councilmember Kevin.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank everyone who presented tonight and really filled out some of the aspects of this that even this vast record did not provide for us. I have read all the materials and also have done a site visit, 2 site visits to the properties, and spent quite a bit of time on this streetscape and also walking the top of Corinthian Island so that I could really understand the issue of the trees. The trees are very important to me. I have 20 oak trees on my property. So, and I treasure them all. It is important for Belvedere. And so when a tree is taken out, we do want to make sure that a mature tree is taken out. We do want to make sure that it is either replaced in kind or required to be taken out by the fire department, because of course, if a tree caused a fire, there'd be a lot fewer trees in Belvedere. So we have to really take his expertise into consideration. This is a difficult situation because we go to great lengths at the Planning Commission and certainly on this council to encourage neighbors to sort it out before it gets to this point. But after I did the site visits and studied these plans, I think there is something missing from the presentations. It's alluded to in Mr. Rifkin's letter and the staff report, but it seemed to me that Ms. Hanson may actually still have some options available on her own property to build off-street parking without removing trees. I'm not an architect or an engineer, but I have seen hundreds of properties on the islands over the years, and that have had parking problems, and without a lot of removal of soil and terracing, I would really encourage Ms. Hanson to take another look at where parking could be provided off-street on the properties of 49 and 51 Alcatraz. Possibly look at, we haven't really seen tonight what those properties look like, but whether it is an expansion of the parking owned by 51, that is the 90% of the parking space used, or whether there is a space between 49 and 51, or some other solution at the front of those properties were they to be otherwise improved. So it didn't, I note that there's a comment that the creation of parking spaces on 49 and 51 might not be ideal, but I'm not convinced that it's impossible. So to me, the offer of the owner of 53 to extend the period of the license, and that offer that was adopted in the findings of the Planning Commission really convinced me that along with the other materials presented, that I would deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission in this instance. Looking through the conditions of approval, and I would ask staff to take a closer look at these perhaps. I do want to make sure that in the construction process, that the trees that exist are protected. And I couldn't find that in the resolutions. Sometimes it is a condition of approval. If it's there, please just let me know I missed it. But otherwise, I think it's important that if we can modify the resolution at all, I have to ask our lawyer if that's allowed. I would recommend that we make sure that the trees that are intended to remain are protected in the construction process.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mark.
Thank you. I agree with everything that people have said. So I'll start there. I do think that we have to look at existing parking versus removal of parking as legal spaces, not however many spaces can fit in a small space. There may be 3 cars in there, but it's designed for 2, and the legal definition, I think, is what needs to carry the day. So I don't know that there's spaces being taken away from this property, is my sense. I take Mr. Peterson's description and documentation of the fewer removal of live oaks than I think was presented. And the few that are being removed are more towards the, if I'm not mistaken, behind the garage, the existing garage and the new proposed garage, more towards the middle of the site, which under any redevelopment plan would put those trees in jeopardy, whether the fire department says so or not. So I can see that there has been efforts to do that. And to your point about the protection, I think that might be resolved in the staging and site management plan and making a clear distinction in that prior to issuing a building permit. The variances, I was at one of the meetings and I've studied the notes and the discussion that the Planning Commission had. I can support their findings for the side and rear yard setbacks. I think they've deliberately and diligently looked at that, and I'm quite confident that their findings are sufficient on privacy and in a very non-private dense area as is. Easements side of things, I'm not prepared at all to encourage, grant, condition a permanent alteration to a homeowner's property rights. I don't know if that's come up, but that's not something I think we can or should do. I think the property owner at 4951 purchased their property with full knowledge of the lack of parking. I do think it's incumbent and their responsibility to provide their own parking. I think it's very accommodating that the property owner has extended this license. I hope that continues. But I can agree with Councilmember Kimitzer that I can support the denial of the appeal.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilkinson.
Thank you. I really don't have anything of significance to add. I would also deny the appeal. For me, it's a relatively uncomfortable but straightforward position, which is that the homeowner purchased the property knowing that she would not have parking and needed to find parking, and therefore presumably paid less for that property as a consequence. And so it is incumbent on her to find parking. Thanks.
Thank you. I agree with my council members who said they would deny the appeal. Let me just reiterate or state some of the bases for that. So there is a record. We do have to make findings. First, I've studied all the materials. I've visited that. I've walked by that site many times, and I've visited in connection with this appeal. Specifically, I read all the materials from the Planning Commission. I studied the findings that they made, and so I make these findings in light of all of that. I support the findings that the Planning Commission made, and I don't find the arguments in the appeal to be persuasive. As it concerns parking, an ADU does not require its own parking spot. I find that this property at 53 needs 2 spots. It's going to have 3. I disagree with the interpretation of the appeal of the Belvedere Municipal Code, Chapter 19. You can remove as many parking spots as you want, so long as you have the minimum number that were required for that parcel at the time that the chapter was passed. I agree with Vice Mayor Mark. Ms. Hanson purchased this property at a time when she knew there was no parking. There would be 0 reason to sign a license agreement giving yourself the right to park on your own property. The terms of the license agreement say specifically that the parking spot that she's focused on is not on her parcel. And the fact that her tenant is now parking there, and most of the parking spot is on parcels 49 and 51 and not on 53 doesn't make a difference. The fact that the car is partially parked on the parcel at 53 and drives over the parcel at 53 Alcatraz to get in and out of that spot might be a factor, but not for Ms. Hanson. That would be a factor for the owners at 53. With respect to the trees, I agree with my fellow council members. I studied the work that was done by the Planning Commission and agree with the findings there. With respect to the side yard setback, I don't believe we need a variance now for the side yard. I don't think the privacy there is a concern based on the plans that have been proposed. I think what's proposed to be planted together with the fence would improve privacy on the side yard. With respect to the rear yard variance, I do take that issue very seriously, but I don't, having studied the plans on the site, believe it will have an impact on privacy enjoyments of the adjacent parcel. I would echo the comments that in whatever building plans we have, we do whatever the best we can, the most extensive we can to protect the trees. I know we've done that in various projects. There's a lot that can be done. It's a little bit cumbersome, but I do think we should do everything we can there. We should also condition the approval of this project, that is the denial of the appeal, by confirming based on more detailed drawings that there is no improvement proposed in the side yard setback. I believe there was developments since these plans were prepared to clarify that, but there remains a bit of an open question. That would have to be a condition, I believe. And that's all I have on that. So we'll close that matter. And I received a request from colleagues that we take a short break since we've been going now for. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Len. The urgency for the bathroom break precluded that. Let me,
Let me vote.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Councilmember Wilkinson.
I will make a motion to deny the appeal of a planning commission decision made on April 18th, 2023.
With the two conditions we identified. That is that the building the building of this be conditioned in those two ways we said. Protection of the trees, yeah.
Right,
and the
we
side
can
yard.
incorporate the two conditions that you and Councilmember Kemnitzer identified.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
No opposed? It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
We'll take a short break for 10 minutes. We are now up to agenda item 5C, discussion and possible decision to adopt resolution 2023-19, approving budget for the fiscal year 23-24. Is there a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor Lynch and members of the council. Since the proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget was discussed in detail at the May meeting, we will only focus on the changes since then. And actually, there have been very few revisions between the draft and the one in front of you tonight. On the revenue side, the anticipated fire tax revenue was adjusted downward by 28,000 due to a decrease in the per capita income, which was lower than anticipated. This also means that the transfer from the general fund will be more. The state price and population information does not come out until mid-May, so unfortunately, it was unavailable for the May draft budget. The second revenue change in the budget before you incorporates an increase of our secured property tax revenues based on the County of Marin's May estimate of 5.36%. This increased the secured property tax by 50,000, and the total property tax revenues reflect a 5% increase over current year estimates. A slight increase of 5,000 in both the PG&E and garbage franchise fee revenues were amended based on anticipated revenues for the current year. And finally, there was an additional 40,000 in miscellaneous revenue from the city's flexible spending account with CIRA to help cover the cost of the housing element plan. And that brings us to the changes on the expenditure side. We have an addition of just 43,500 to the administration budget for the potential engagement of Team Civics and the remainder of their services, which would be conducted in the coming fiscal year. In the planning and building department, an additional 85,000 was added to other contract and outside services based upon the response from the State Department of Housing and Community Development to the city's housing element plan. This is to cover additional work and analysis that may be needed to receive HCD approval and certification, resulting in a total of 185,000 for completing both the housing element plan and the odds revision. Under non-departmental, Tiburon Peninsula traffic relief was reduced by 9,000 to reflect a more accurate amount based on updated information. And we did want to take this opportunity to address Councilmember Kimnitzer's questions that were raised at the last meeting regarding conferences, meetings, and training budget line item. Each department was reduced by 15%. We are hoping to provide opportunities for staff to take more training, either online or in person, allowing them to advance their knowledge and benefit both themselves and the city. Also, there was a question related to the GL code 5015, our IT support. This GL line encompasses our IT consultants and various tech support services, such as the county's Midas Consortium. During the review, 8,000 from this line item was moved to software maintenance, which covers all the city's various software agreements, and to reflect the annual expenditures more accurately in these two categories. And when everything was said and done, the budget will exceed the general fund reserve policy goal by 166,000, which is less than the previous version. However, it still projects a balanced budget for the next 5 years. And lastly, I wanted to take this opportunity to address Councilmember Kimnitzer inquiry regarding the cost recovery status for the planning department. The cost recovery rate for the planning and building department as of April 30th is 89%, and the target goal is 90%. And the cost recovery rate of the proposed budget is 56%, but this is due to the inclusion of full expenditure cost and conservative budgeting of revenues. And it is anticipated that the cost recovery rate for 23-24 will be similar to the rate we are seeing in this current fiscal year. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cotter. Any questions at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone here who wants to address this agenda item? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online?
I see none.
All right, we'll close the public comment and bring it back for discussion. Councilmember Clemencer.
I want to especially thank Ms. Cotter for addressing my concerns, particularly the main one was that it was hard to find in the previous budget documents, just where the cost recovery is. And I think it's just astonishing that we're up to 89%. This was something that James Campbell and I addressed a couple of years ago when it was found that there was $1 million shortfall in the planning department. So I know that keeping track of their time is a little bit more onerous for staff, but I think that we're better serving the taxpayers of Belvedere by making that. And the fact that it's 89% is just absolutely very gratifying. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilkinson.
I don't really have anything to add. I've worked alongside Helga with this, and so I sort of know it intimately, and the amendments all make sense. It isn't lost on me that combining this year and the upcoming year, that our expenses for getting our housing element done are astronomical, probably approaching 8% of our budget, I would guess, in over a year. And that to me seems an incredible burden that our state is placing on a small government like Belvedere.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper.
I would agree about the state and the burden it's placing on us with this housing element. And I also want to just point out, because I'm not as intimate with this budget as many of you are, that it's, I think it's really important to note that our property taxes are essentially 83% of our whole revenues. And so I think it's important for our citizens to realize that it's really just our property taxes that are keeping the city going. We have very little businesses. We don't have many other income sources. And certainly most cities around us have a lot more commercial, and therefore they get a lot of taxes that way. And I think we need to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mark.
No real questions. Fairly familiar with everything that Helga's done, and just thanks. And it's a big lift and very sophisticated, very, very well organized and up to date budget for next year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I have nothing. Councilmember Wilkinson, did you want to add something? I have nothing else to add. I just want to thank Ms. Cotter, our entire finance team, our finance committee, for all the hard work in getting us to this point, and with the revisions we're voting on tonight. So
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
I will make the motion to adopt the resolution appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2023-24 budget.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Before we move to item 5D, I want to ask if you're here on item 6B concerning 25 Bayview. We are going to move you next in order after this one. That is, you'll be first under the segment 6 of the agenda in the interest of time. So 5D is discussion of possible decision to adopt resolution 2023-20 levying previously approved special tax and fire emergency medical services. Do we have a staff report?
Thanks again, Mayor Lynch. In your packet this evening is the resolution to levy the previously approved special tax for fire protection and emergency medical services. This is an annual item we need to pass to levy the tax that was approved by voters in 2000. The fees per parcel for the upcoming fiscal year will be $993.64 for residential dwelling units, $1,131.02 for commercial occupancies, and $198.94 for vacant parcels. The revenue received is spent only on fire services. However, it does not quite cover all that we spend on fire tax services and will require a transfer from the general fund. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cotter. Any questions?
Just real quick, I think you're being overly optimistic by saying does not quite cover. I mean, it's about half of it, so let's be clear about that.
That is true. It only covers 51%. So.
All right. Seeing no other questions, let me open this up for public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to address this agenda item? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online?
I see none.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment and bring it back for council. If there's further discussions or comments, let's do that. If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Seeing none, I'm happy to make the motion to adopt resolution levying previously approved special tax for fire and emergency medical services and fixing the rates thereof for the fiscal year 23-24.
Second.
All right. Thank you. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right, that gets us to section 6 on the agenda. As I said a moment ago, we are going to reorder the first two of these agenda items and begin with city council consideration of a revocable license for property at 25 Bayview. Do we have a staff report?
Thank you again, Mayor Lynch and members of the council. For your consideration this evening is a revocable license application for improvements in the Bayview Avenue right-of-way. These include new drainage pipes, landscaping, and a fence and entry gate for the property located at 25 Bayview Avenue. This presentation will describe previous project approvals, provide an analysis on the current project, and include staff's recommendation for council. In 1993, council granted a revocable license for right-of-way improvements, including an entry gate, landscaping, and deer fencing. The red line in this exhibit shows where the deer fence appeared to be located. In April of 2022, staff approved new landscaping, retaining walls, and a 6-foot fence at the front of the property. The April 22 approval set the fence and entry gate back outside of the public right-of-way. This red line shows the property line. On September 12, 2022, City Council approved an updated revocable license for new drainage pipes and drainage outlets in the right-of-way. On September 27, 2022, the applicant submitted plans to modify the approved fence, requesting the fence be built within the public right-of-way on the line of the existing deer fence and entry gate, which was approved under the 1993 revocable license. The new fence included horizontal bamboo panels, and the entry gate would contain bamboo and frosted plexiglass. The plans showed the fence would be 7 feet and 3 inches from existing grade. On October 5th, 2022, the project was approved with conditions. One of them stated that the fence shall not exceed 6 feet in height from existing grade. Another stated that an updated revocable license may be required for new improvements within the right-of-way. On October 24th, 2022, the city's permit technician informed the applicant that they could begin building the fence, which the applicant proceeded to complete. Staff visited the project site and the fence appears to be over 7 feet height, which exceeds the height allowed from the conditions of approval. On January 25th of this year, staff informed the applicant and a revocable license update would be necessary for the new fencing gate. Exhibit A shows the revocable license area which includes the new bamboo fence and gate along with the drainage pipes and landscaping. The current revocable license application states that the new fence will be placed in the same location as the deer fence. It does appear from the site plan that the new fence is closer to the improved street line than what was approved in 1993. This Google image from 2018 shows the location of the previous deer fence. It's behind the shrubs here. And again, the image as built from February of 2023.
Can you go back?
Can
I'm having trouble seeing the right of those two large trees. Is that deer fence on the street side of that right tree?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Staff notes that there were inconsistencies with the plans submitted and approved. Here, the property line on the 2022 revocable license is set in a different location relative to the existing garage. This was approved by council in 2022, showing the property line cut over the garage. The proposed shows it outside of the garage. Inconsistencies were present with the current revocable license and approved design plans from 2022 as well. So staff received a property survey from the applicant after discussing these inconsistencies with the applicant. And on March of 27 of this year, the survey was produced, which confirms the proposed revocable license area is accurate. I apologize, that wasn't included in your packets, but there was a survey provided in March of this year. As built, staff recommends the city council deny the revocable license application as the new fence and gate effectively enclose public property for private use and create a tunnel effect along Bayview Avenue. Staff recommends city council seek clarification from the applicant whether the new fence was built on the same line as the previously approved deer fence and ask for clarification as to why the fence was built above 6 feet as required in the condition of approval. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you have questions of staff this time? I don't see any. Can I ask one question? I didn't understand the point you made about the March 2023 survey that's not in our packet. You said it confirms
there was
something.
Well, when I reviewed the plans that were submitted to you that you approved and last year, the revocable license, it showed the property line cut across the garage. And the new submittal showed different property boundaries. Some of the applications showed the property line crossing over the garage and some didn't. So I asked for clarification because I felt that council might ask why are these discrepancies? So the applicant provided me a survey in March of this year, and that correlated with the revocable license Exhibit A that you guys have now. So the exhibit that you have now, Exhibit A, is the correct property line boundaries.
Can you go back to that slide if you don't mind? Because it showed more improvement in the city right away than was previously approved by the city, correct?
Let me pull it up.
It was like the second or third to last slide.
I think the question, well, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Give me 1 moment, please. I'm sorry, the presentation is not pulling up right now. Give me one moment.
But is the point you're making that the survey in March showed that the property line is the same as the September 22 revocable license that was granted?
No. No, the September property line varied from the revocable license application that you currently have, the exhibit.
Okay. Yeah, so am I.
A question that I have is, it looked to me like, and I don't know which plan we're on at this point, but it looked like the gate and the walk-in fence gate at one point were behind the property line. And then the next time they were in front of the property line, and that's how it was built.
That's
But-
correct.
But how would that get the authority of the planning director if it was outside the property line?
That's a good question. You're correct. In April, there was an approved plan that requested that the fence be brought back inside the property line. Then in September of last year, the applicant resubmitted drawings for that fence to be outside the property line.
Right.
And
And it was authorized by the director of planning.
It was.
Okay.
The description in the application stated that it would match the same location as the existing revocable license from 1993. And this is just, I guess, the only reason I can imagine is the director at that time saw the application, said it was going to be in the same location and put a condition saying it was going to be 6 feet tall, thereby making it more palatable.
Well,
That's just what I'm guessing.
One of the conditions of approval is, number one, construction must conform to the set of drawings provided on September 29th. So September 29th was the new one when they were outside.
That's correct. That's correct.
So apparently that was authorized. The condition of approval was that it match what was delivered on September 29th, 2022.
That's correct.
Okay, and that is normally not where we would allow anything to be built. Okay,
Yes,
I'm
that's correct.
not trying to
Yeah.
belabor it, I'm just trying to understand it. So okay.
I have two questions.
Please go ahead.
So, sorry. I've seen elevations from September 29th. There was presumably a site plan, September 29th, submitted by the applicant. Was the property line accurate in that site plan?
No.
Okay,
Yeah, it was
okay,
not.
that's what I wanted to know. And then the wording in the staff report is a little unusual for me. It says October 24th, the city's permit technician informed the applicant they could begin building the fence. Was there a building permit signed by the building official? Who is the permit technician, and how was that? How was the applicant informed of that?
The applicant emailed, and there's an email correspondence for this. The applicant emailed the permit technician, Nancy Miller.
Oh, Nancy Miller, okay.
And asked, do I need anything else on this project? Nancy responded and said, no, you can go forth and build, because the approval states that it doesn't require a building permit because there's a condition stating that the fence would be 6 feet tall. If a fence is 6 feet tall, it doesn't require a building permit. So I believe Nancy looked at the approval and saw that it didn't need a building permit and responded based on what was approved at the time.
And the approval was based on an inaccurate site, a site plan that inaccurately stated the property line?
Correct.
Okay.
And just to clarify that, so I'm looking at attachment F, page 1, which is Irene's design review staff approval, which is based on the application you provided today, which has a project description, as you quoted a little bit, not correctly, saying that, and the addition of the new fencing to match already approved between the existing garage and entry gate. It doesn't reference what it's already approved. Whether it's the existing 1990s rural license or the approval in May of that year, right? I mean, it's not clear.
Correct.
And the cover sheet, which Irene signed, approving this, I mean, clearly, it appears to be a literal or figurative redlining of the drawings because she conditioned it by saying will not exceed 6 feet in height. So changing the plans to saying it's approved, but you can't be over 6 feet in height. And then goes on to check, put an X next to does not require a building permit because it's 6 feet in height. So the applicant has no obligation to get a building permit or wouldn't need to go to building to get that added to their existing permit because it's not greater than 6 feet in height and may require an encroachment permit. That's why we're here tonight. But if you can just clarify, whose responsibility is it to adhere to the conditions of this approval?
The applicant is required to uphold the conditions of approval prior to building permit.
Can I just ask on the last point, Vice Mayor Mark referred to may require an encroachment permit, and that's why we're here tonight. But is that, I think of an encroachment permit as putting construction equipment in the roadway, not a revocable license.
I was referring to revocable license, which is
Revocable license.
Public Works.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
One item, if I may bring up, and it might be getting into the weeds for the building side. Typically, when plans are submitted and approved, revisions are sent to the building department. When this project went in for the building permit, from my understanding, the plan submitted, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the plan submitted, the drawings were the drawings, I believe, from the April approval. I don't know, and I haven't seen revised plans submitting to building that show this new September approved fence and the location of it. And just wanted to add that typically when there are revisions, building gets revised plans, a revised plan set as well. This one, I didn't see one within the plans.
All right. Any other questions right now, or should we hear from the public on this? Yes, please.
One additional. So because it was over 6 feet, it should have gone to get a building permit. What would have happened at that stage if that had gone to that phase?
If it goes to building permit, then all of the conditions that are in that approval from Public Works need to be addressed. The building department reviews and has conditions themselves that Brian Vanson, our building official, would place on the project as well.
And what would they have included? Meaning, would they have been able to go ahead with a 6-foot fence in the same location, but with a 6-foot fence?
Yes, they would have, because, well, I don't want to speak for Brian, but building looks at planning's approval, and then they have their own set of requirements. But if they saw that planning approved the project, as long as it meets the building codes, they would have also allowed the fence to be built and issued the building permit.
But they
For
would,
the same location.
but they wouldn't have allowed over 6 feet because that was what Irene had said was the maximum.
If the fence was approved at over 7 feet and they met all the conditions, the building department would, I assume that they would allow it because they would look at planning's approval first.
So if they'd gone through and got a building permit, they could have built exactly what they've built.
Yes.
I don't think that's right, Sammy.
Yeah, I'm not sure
No,
that's right.
that's not right.
No, yeah, I don't think that's right. I mean, Brian, the building official would absolutely look at the conditions and would see the conflict right there and go back to planning or go back to the applicant and say, you know, you clearly have a 7'3" fence that has a condition to only have a max of 6 feet. So they would resolve it in some way or the other. They would either adjust the plans to be 6 feet, or they would go back to planning to remove that condition.
I misunderstood I thought that you were asking if the fence came in at 7, if it was approved by planning at 7'3", and then it was submitted to building permit. As long as they met the building permit conditions, they would approve it because planning had approved it at 7'3". A 7'3" fence would not have been a staff level approval. It would have been design review, planning commission.
The other factor, however, correct me if I'm wrong, is that a condition of approval would require the revocable license be approved by the city council. And so without that condition of approval being met, it would not have been built. Am I correct?
That is correct. The Department of Public Works would look at the revocable license, that it was approved as well.
All right, thank you. Let's open up the public hearing and ask if the applicants are here and would like to address the issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't-
All right. Hello, Mayor Lynch and City Council. My name is Joyce Yao, and I'm the daughter of Chris Yao and Shang Zhen, who are the owners of 25 Bayview Avenue. So I'll start off by saying that it's quite unfortunate that we're at this point today. Over the past year, my contractor and I have followed every instruction your staff members have asked us to follow. And from our perspective, the reason why we're here is because of miscommunication from the planning department. I've provided in full transparency my email correspondence with the planning department and have highlighted some key portions. So the issue with the fence is not that it's 7 feet instead of 6 feet. That's a relatively easy fix that I have already teed up with my contractor. The crux of the issue is that last fall, we had been granted approval by staff members to build a new fence in its pre-existing location. Yet months later, told by planning that a revocable license for it would be denied because the fence is in the city's right of way. Now, this is a huge surprise to us. We received the green light from Nancy Miller and Irene Borba last October that we could build a fence at the same location where we previously had a deer fence and a gate. With their approval, we got to work to meet a deadline that we needed to get it done within 6 months. In late January, we heard from Sammy that we needed to submit another revocable license for that plan. And in March, he told me that staff was going to recommend rejecting the license because the fence was in the city's right of way. At that point, we were nearly done. All we needed to do was install the exterior lighting and the doorknobs. I'd like to point out that we've done everything we could to adhere to your staff's guidance, but 9 months later, we are still facing a potential denial of a revocable license, which will require demolishing and rebuilding much of the fence. I'll also mention that we were supposed to be on the agenda for April, but was taken off of it 1 business day prior with little explanation. I had to press the planning team to get on the agenda for this month because we're at a project standstill until we can get clarity. So meanwhile, we've already had to pay an extension fee with the building department because we've surpassed the original 6-month mark while waiting for instruction. And now we have a little under 4 months left to complete this. I know many of you ran for office with the intent of making it easier to make property improvements in Belvedere, which I and many other residents were very happy to vote for. But the process is still incredibly confusing. And worse is that we've gotten conflicting guidance from the city that will be costly to fix. So given all of this, I'm here to ask that you give us approval on the revocable license and allow us to keep the fence where it is, where we've always had a deer fence and a gate, and so we can wrap the project with no further delays.
Thank you. Do you have questions? Anyone for the applicant? I have Go ahead, Councilmember Wilkinson.
I'm sorry, this has all been so confusing for me. Did you know you couldn't build a 7'3" fence or whatever the height is?
I didn't realize it until Sammy actually pointed it out last week, and we would have, I called my contractor immediately and said, we'll have to take off the 1 foot.
But why would you not know that when it says in big bold writing that it has to be 6 foot?
I missed that comment.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Kevin.
Yeah, I wanted, we've seen some photographs of the hedge, which I believe was about 4 feet maybe, and a deer fence behind that. Deer fencing is temporary in Belvedere. And I'm wondering if you do you have anything to show that this fence is where the deer fence was? It didn't look like there was room for that deep hedge to have been in front of it. So it looked more like perhaps it was built closer to the street where the edge of the hedge was, rather than where the deer fence had been, which was quite deep. So I'm just wondering how we evaluate that here tonight.
That's a good question. I don't have any former photos to show. The reason why we have the fence where it is because of the 2 large cedar trees. And the deer fence essentially hugged the cedar trees along to the garage where it currently is. And the current fence currently does that as well.
Could we see that photograph again, please? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. If we could just yes, thank you.
Sammy, could you go to the next one, please?
I guess I do have one more question. So I went back and looked at at what we had approved on September 12th. And because I was concerned that I might have forgotten that, but no, we approved the drainage, and the drawings that we had before us in the staff report at that time showed this low hedge and the deer fencing. So can you explain to me your thought process in having gotten that approval? What was the thought process to apply for a fairly radical design change 2 weeks later?
Yeah, we realized that we needed to cut a significant portion of a retaining wall. There's a curvature that is stone and concrete. If we needed to go with a September 12th design, I believe, the early September design. And in addition to that, we decided that it would actually look really strange if we had a hedge, a stucco, and then some bamboo. That's 3 different materials, and decided to instead standardize it to be bamboo across the board.
Thank you.
Can I ask, do you know what process or what steps your contractor took to confirm that the fence that was built would be no closer to the street than was the deer fence and the other existing wood fence?
I don't know. I am happy to follow up and ask. But he was the one that took out the hedges and took out the deer fence and drilled down the post holes for the fence that currently exists.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you what the I guess initial intent of the larger, higher fence was? Security, privacy, any of the above?
Yeah, actually, it's security. So if you look on the right side of the plan, if you're able to see it, there's a slope on the right side and then a fence that we originally had in our original drawings. Because it's on a slope, we wanted to make sure that the fence was high enough so that deer and coyote couldn't jump inside. And that was the original intent behind the design.
From the slope up towards the recessed fence back over.
Correct.
the other fence.
It's, yeah, exactly. We've had, I mean, the reason why we issued, or we had deer fence in the beginning was because deer was jumping into our yard quite often.
Do we have any other questions right now for the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we will open the public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to address this agenda item? Not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online?
I see none.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment and bring it back. And I don't know if we have more questions for staff or if anyone's willing to proceed. Let me start with one question I have. It's very difficult on this record, frankly, to figure out with some precision what's going on. It would be helpful, I think, to me at least, if there was some assessment of where the location of the new fence is in relation to the 1993 revocable license. We have these photographs and they are somewhat helpful, but the materials are so different and the height is so different that it can give the impression of being located in a different spot when that may or may not be true. Do you know if we're able to do that? In other words, measure the depth of that sidewalk, measure the depth from the street or the curb to the gate?
Based on the first, on the first revocable license, there was a drawing attached to it.
Yeah, from the 1993.
Correct. That's what I'm asking about. Yeah.
I can ask how that we can proceed with finding if it's the location. I don't know right now how we would do that.
Yeah, Sammy, could we meet with the Public Works Department, potentially the city engineer? He's also a licensed surveyor and take some measurements based on the original revocable license compared to what we have now. That's a possible solution.
That is absolutely yes, that's absolutely a possible solution.
I guess my question is kind of goes back to what I was asking before. Even if we take the measurements from 93 and compare them to now, I read it that on attachment F, that the director of planning authorized this fence to be built where it is and did not flag it. And the part I don't understand, because I don't get all the planning rules, is I don't understand why you would authorize, why she would say it might need a new revocable license, given the fact that she already authorized the fence. So you would think that the revocable license discussion would come before authorization and building, but it didn't. So I'm not sure that measuring all this stuff is going to make much of a difference. it was authorized by the director of planning. And I would assume if I were in their shoes and I got this message, build, 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 and it was already authorized, as a resident, I certainly wouldn't go back and say, are you sure? I mean, that doesn't make sense. There's a trust factor involved. The city has to trust that the planning director is following city rules, and the residents have to trust that what they're told is correct.
I have to say, this item gave me severe headaches over this weekend. Having 4 planning chairs in this room, this should not happen. There's a number of real misses here. One, that I know there was a lot of deliberate discussion of the original approval in April of 22 about the revocable license area and the city's very, very, very strong desire not to have enclosure within that area. I know the planning chair and the city staff worked with the applicant to get that original approval, which was the basis of their building permit. In fact, is the only stamped building plans on record to date. Then this fall of 23 approval happened with no consultation with the planning chair, which was irregular right there. Had a conflict between the plans and the approval, meaning the height. Interestingly, and Andrew, I'd like your opinion on this. Interestingly, an updated revocable license may be required is a condition prior to issuance of a building permit, which isn't even required in this case, had they adhered to their plans. So it's peculiar in the sense that you could argue we shouldn't even be here talking about the revocable license. So hence my headache this weekend. I have a hard time sort of, I appreciate the difference between the 6 feet and the 7'3", those 15 inches. That's significant and something that the applicant clearly should not have built because there was a clear condition not to do that. But I have a hard time, even though the city clearly does not want fenced in properties on a revocable license, I have a hard time telling this applicant that they didn't follow, the guidance that the city gave them. And I mean, that's painful because it's by no means would any planning department, if this were reviewed thoroughly, any planning commission, if it were looked at, any planning chair who would sign off on this would have agreed to this in this revocable license area, nor would this council, given its current and past feelings about fenced in areas over license, approve this. But as Jane pointed out, it's been approved. Like it or not, Irene was empowered to approve this. And it's painful and it's a horrible precedent. And I don't like the idea of people building and seeking, forgiveness as opposed to getting permission. I'm not suggesting they necessarily did this, but I'm saying, that can be a proactive attempt. But it bothers me on all levels, and I have a problem taking something away from the homeowner at this point.
Yeah, well, Vice Mayor Mark, thank you for saying what I think all of us were thinking. I read this file and I thought it's one of those, if you're confused, you understand. It's a mess. And I regrettably tend to agree that it's one thing to chop 15 inches off the top of this fence, which you have to do for sure. It's different to require a portion of it left of the gate to be moved and or the gate to be moved back. I will say that since 1993, there's been a much more vigorous enforcement of revocable license and pushback on improvements in the right of way. At the same time, I'm much less morally shocked by the prospect of replacing a fence on the existing line that was approved prior. I mean, the garage is in the right of way. The driveway is in the right of way. The previous fence was in the right of way. The previous gate was in the right of way. It doesn't shock my conscience. And so that's how I kind of sort of make peace with it, notwithstanding the intervening sort of policy change. I'm not sure it's possible to make sense out of what happened here other than in my view, to try to learn from it and avoid these mistakes. We should have anything that implicates the right of way absolutely has to have some fail safes on it before people start pouring concrete in the ground. But I would be inclined to just lop off all the feet down, all the fence down to 6 foot from grade, including the one up on the hill, 6 foot from grade max. And then take the rest of the difficulty from this and learn our lessons at City Hall. It's not principled, but I don't know what else to do.
So I was also very troubled by this. I spent several hours reviewing, actually many hours over the weekend reviewing it, 2 site visits. And I actually, reading the entire record, could not figure out how it had happened. That's why I asked who the various parties involved were. At the very minimum, I hope with our new planning director and new staff, there's a robust conversation about making sure something like this doesn't happen again. I think there is often a perception by the residents that their project is approved when they've gone through the planning commission. And I think this is an education point we really need to work harder at getting across. Because by the time the revocable licenses come to the city council, the applicants sort of understandably think it's just a rubber stamp. Whereas in fact, we have a very strong discussion about protecting the public against the appropriation of public property for private use, of which a fence is one of the strongest offenders. So I agree that at a minimum, it should be reduced to 6 feet. And in fact, because that would really be a weird design, if you think about it, that the top of the gate would also be lowered. It just doesn't make sense to have it just straight across. Nonetheless, the conversation around revocable licenses always must be required by our code to consider the public benefit from allowing private parties any use of public space. So I share the views of my fellow council members about the unfairness of this situation were we to revoke this revocable license. You should be aware it could be revoked at any time anyway. Nonetheless, it's been built pursuant to this correspondence. So what's foremost in my mind is how to make what's currently a pretty ugly situation and inquire how the landscaping in the part remaining could reduce the harm to the city were we to allow this to go forward. And I haven't seen anything tonight that helps us understand that. The other concern I have, and I would reluctantly allow this to go forward. So the other concern I have is that the city relies on the good faith and accuracy of the applicant. And so what's troubling to me here is that the survey of the site plan on which these other approvals were granted was based on inaccurate materials provided by the app. And that's troubling. We have two things, the site plan, and where in fact the street side property line is, and then the significant question of whether this fence was even built where the previous temporary deer fence existed. I agree with Mayor Lynch that it would be preferable to have more accurate photos or drawings, but it certainly doesn't look at first blush to have been built in the same place. So it's a very complicated situation, and I'm troubled by some of the things that the applicant submitted to the city, and I'm troubled by the city's failure to demand more and instead go ahead with these fairly informal approvals that the applicant recently relied on. So I would like to know what the plan for the final landscape plan is, if that's even extant.
You mean in front of the fence
Mm-hmm.
there?
Mm-hmm. Or we could,
This was just for the fence, and a condition could be placed to have can a condition be placed to have landscaping, additional landscaping?
Could we possibly bring this back for further consideration based on a landscaping plan and some measurement to determine whether the fence is built on the line that was in existence in 1993?
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
That's it.
I mean, we certainly can, but Jim, there's no chance that it is. I mean, let's call a spade. I mean, that distance is clearly bigger than this distance. You know, that's even at a smaller scale. And this extension is longer than that extension. This goes longer towards the street than that does. This is the old, by the way, property line. This is the new property line.
minutes should probably reflect what documents you're reviewing.
Yeah, I'm looking at the approved plan in spring of 22, which shows the recessed gate, the existing deer fence, and the property line closer to the street, and as well as the revised plans of September 29th with the new plan and the property line inward of that you showed. Scheme B. Well, it's the one on the right, but not the one on the left. It's the approved plan. Yep. No, go back one. No, that's it. No, you had it before. Well, it's that right-hand plan. I'm looking at the current existing conditions. And go back to the approved plan of the one on the right. No, go back again. That one on the right, yes, versus the one down below. So you just toggle where we just, oh, those two right there. Yes. There you go, right there. I mean, clearly the fence on the left is lower toward the street. The lot line is significantly different. There's a larger revocable license area on the right away area on the right. The fence line extends further from the garage, leaving the same part of the garage, but extends further and then goes down further toward the street. So it's not in the same spot. I think that's pretty clear, which is an issue. And if we want to make that an issue, I don't know that we necessarily want to delay another month and extend the applicant. If my sense is the height is an issue. If the location if we want to hold them to that location as well, clearly it's not in the same location. I'd rather not wait
How
a
did-
month and determine that when we know that that's the case.
I got you, but how did the property line move from September 22 until a month later when the building plans were approved?
That's
the Fence plans.
That's what Sammy was saying as far as an updated survey. And the interesting part about that is I believe the discussions with the planning chair and you guys in the spring of 22 was trying to keep all that improvements inside their own private property, when in fact that wouldn't have been inside the private property anyway if the lot line were correct.
I wasn't part of that conversation.
Hence the mess.
Can I just add my 2 cents?
Please, Councilman Wilkinson, sorry.
I think we will never know whether the applicant is a bad actor or not. We just won't know that. Whether it's intentional, unintentional. But our planning director approved ultimately the plan at 6 feet. And I don't think we can get around that. We can go back and forth on measuring things, but the reality is she approved it. And so my sense is they need to reduce it to 6 feet. I went to look at it. I think it's really problematic visually for the street, but it's done. And it sets a horrible precedent, as you said, but I don't think there's any working back from that because our planning director said, what did she say? Build, build, build.
Well, to be clear, I don't think it sets a precedent, right? It's a bad outcome that is to be avoided at all costs going forward, but it is not a precedent.
But is there a way to put in the planning process going forward with ones like this that legal reviews this? If it's not going to the planning commission, that at least legal has a look at it?
Well, that's what I was saying. Is I think, anytime the right of way is implicated or a revocable license is implicated, we have to have a fail safe before the applicant can be told to go ahead and build.
I mean, and it's also very, very odd and rare not to have the planning chair at least verbally sign off on it before the city manager, authorizes the planning review. I'm sorry, the staff level planning review. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, in this case, I'm just looking at attachment F. It's Irene signing off on this one in October of 22.
Yeah.
So I think if anything could be changed process-wise, it'd be amending that form attachment F so that it does include some additional review beyond just the planning director.
Yeah, my only sense is that she was either, as Sally pointed out, either unaware, misled. I'm not characterizing anybody's intentions, but that this was a more straightforward revision to what was already approved, as opposed to the fairly large changes that we're obviously seeing now. I agree with Councilmember Wilkinson that they built what was approved, with the exception of the height. Even though it didn't follow their description that it's in the existing spot, it was approved. The plans pretty much represent, I would think if the plans that were attachment F to Irene's letter, imagine that's pretty closely to what they built. And that has the figurative stamp of approval from the Director of Planning and Building. They follow those rules with the exception of the condition to be 6 feet.
Yeah.
I would think we have to.
Could we condition an approval of the revocable license on an approved landscaping?
That's exactly what I was going to suggest, Mayor Lynch. And it seems to me that the applicant's here, but it seems to me that it would so vastly improve the project anyway. And since one of the objections to having this jutting out into the city property is that it's unattractive on this street, it's really out of place. We can ask the applicant if they would be amenable to that condition, and that might be a solution for us tonight.
I also think that they need to go back to their plan. And I don't know what they're planning. You mentioned lighting, but your plan doesn't have any lighting other than the lit number. Okay. Okay.
Well, would we need the applicant's consent for a condition on landscaping or just say it has to be approved by the chair of the planning commission?
We could do that, but since they're here, it would be,
Yeah.
since they would be putting the landscaping, I think it might be nice to ask the applicant.
Would you be willing to do that? All right. So. Well, is there a motion then?
Let's find it.
Is your motion conditioned upon a submittal of a landscape plan that will be approved by the chair of the planning commission, or do you want it to be approved by? the
No, I
council?
think the planning commission is fine. And also to not exceed 6 feet in height. Yeah,
All right.
I'll second that.
Is there a second? Good. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you for your patience tonight. Thank you for your patience through this process. We strive to do better than that, and hopefully we will.
Thank you.
You too.
Mayor Lynch, just a comment on the agenda. Again, as we look at the last few remaining items, we do have item 6C on the agenda, which is to adopt a resolution regarding Team Civic X and the city's fire tax. We do have Charles Heath, who's been waiting patiently for some time. If we could reorder that item
All
again,
right.
that would be great.
Thanks. Let's do that. Let's take next in order, item 6C, the discussion of the item that our city manager just mentioned. Then we'll take a staff report.
So thank you, Mayor Lynch. Before you tonight is a request for a budget amendment for $34,500 to engage Team Civics to conduct a feasibility assessment regarding options for a potential fire tax ballot measure. Just to give a brief background, the original fire tax was implemented in 1980 to pay for the transition from an all-volunteer fire department to contract for services with Tiburon Fire Protection District. Initially, the fire tax covered more than the cost of the contract. The fire tax revenues increased based on the annual CPI and population changes each year. In 2000, after voters passed a measure to increase the fire tax, it covered 86% of the contract costs. However, today it covers only 51%. This reduces the general fund's budget, and this year alone, it reduced it by over $1 million. And I'd like to show a slide real quick of the history. So as you can see, the fire tax revenue covers less of the contract cost each year, placing a larger burden on the general fund to cover this widening gap. And due to this increasing burden on the general fund, the city has had to progressively limit funding to other areas such as capital projects, infrastructure, and staffing needs. The Finance Committee formed an ad hoc committee upon council's approval as part of their preliminary budget review to look at possible options for funding the city's fire tax contract costs. As part of the subcommittee's work, they are proposing to conduct a poll of Belvedere's residents and would like to engage Team Civics to assist with this effort in determining the best alternative to address the fire tax revenue issue. The feasibility assessment would be conducted through polling of residents during the second half of June at a cost of approximately just over $34,000. The results of the polling would be brought back to council later this summer. Depending on the results of the polling and direction from council, if it is determined that a ballot measure would be a viable option, Team Civics would then assist in developing a ballot measure and public outreach regarding funding needs to possibly place a measure on the March 2024 ballot at a cost of a little over $43,000. This expenditure is part of the fiscal year 23-24 preliminary budget and was mentioned in the budget item earlier tonight. But if the polling results indicate that a ballot measure is not a practical option, these funds would remain unspent. At this time, I would like to introduce Charles Heath, partner of Team Civics, that is joining us this evening and is available to answer any questions related to their proposed engagement. And thank you, Charles, for your patience.
No problem. Happy to do it.
And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Heath. Any questions at this time?
Charles, I'll just ask one. I do know the answer, but I think I'd like this for the public record. We did a poll a few years ago in relation to a different tax measure, and we didn't do it very well. And there was concern that we weren't reaching, that it wasn't a fair poll and weren't reaching people broadly. So could you provide some information on how many people you plan to reach through the poll and what tools you're using to achieve that?
Sure, happy to answer that question. The small number of registered voters in the city of Belvedere prevents some significant challenges to conducting a reliable sampling of voter opinion. With that said, I have recommended a survey research partner that would be working with me on this project, True North Research, that we've collaborated with in a number of smaller communities like yours that have similar challenges for achieving an adequate sample size. And we have an approach that we've discussed with staff and the subcommittee of the council for trying to maximize the number of interviews that we'll be able to achieve in the survey. We're going to use a variety of different recruitment methods in order to get your voters to respond to the survey. We will start with a mailed survey that will go to, a postcard that will go to every residence of a registered voter in Belvedere with a unique PIN code for them to complete an online survey. We will follow up with text message and email invitations to any registered voters that did not respond to the mailed survey. And then lastly, we will follow up with phone calls to landlines and cell numbers for registered voters that haven't responded to the previous recruitment methods. We've utilized this methodology in similarly sized communities. While we can't guarantee a response rate, because that's a function of who actually takes the time to take the survey, we do feel confident that we can get somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to 300 responses, which will give us a margin of error of less than plus or minus 6%, which for planning purposes is adequate data to make some decisions about what we might place on the ballot.
Okay, thanks, Charles.
Any other questions at this time?
I just have one.
Yes, Councilman
So
Cooper.
am I to understand that you'll be using the actual voter rolls information to contact people? So if someone doesn't have their email or phone number on there, they'll get the postcard.
Everyone will get the postcard.
Right.
And then
But
based on who
follow-up would
responds.
be based, sorry, follow-up would be based on that information. Okay.
Correct. Although we take the voter file as the starting place because we only want to be talking to registered voters in your community. And then ultimately we'll weight the final data to reflect who's likely to vote in an upcoming election in either the March or November 2024 election environments based on past voter participation. And then we do take the voter file and enhance the contact information through commercially available databases. We've also asked the city for any contact information you have that we can use to supplement what's already on the voter file.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kimmonster.
Yes. What is your procedure for developing the actual questions?
So we've already received a significant amount of background information from city staff regarding the history of the fire tax, how the proceeds have been used, potential tax rates that we might test in order to close that gap in funding. Based on that information, we work to develop a draft survey questionnaire. And actually, we have a meeting scheduled this Wednesday with the ad hoc committee to review an initial draft of that survey. And then there will be an iterative process to go back and forth and collect input and refine that survey draft until we're comfortable with it. And then it will go into the field and we'll start collecting data. But it's very much a partnership between, myself, your survey research consultant, who's my partner in this process, and city staff and your identified council subcommittee.
Well, are your questions going to suss out the knowledge or awareness of the respondents as to what their options are?
Sure. Yeah, the structure of a questionnaire, and this is, utilizing a methodology that's been developed over a couple of decades and has proven accurate for assessing potential support for a revenue measure like we're discussing. It starts by presenting a set of options to voters. We take a measurement of their support for those different options. Then additional information is provided about what the need is, how funds might be used, arguments pro and con, and then we come back and retest those options to see how that information changes support. And what that does is it gives you a sense of the viability of the measure, not just based on what people know today, but also how does support change as people are exposed to the type of information that they would encounter during an election cycle. So, and again, we'll work collaboratively with staff and the council subcommittee to develop those questions.
I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't clear. I wanted to know whether the survey is at all going to ask the residents what their feelings are about having a fire department, or this fire department, or these particular services, which include medical and fire. Is the survey going to ask those questions, or just the amount of a tax the residents might be willing to stomach?
No, it'll be broader than just the amount of the tax. It will also look at funding priorities. How might this funding be utilized? It certainly will get at the public's priorities for various elements of public safety services. I think as we're currently contemplating the questionnaire, I don't think we're envisioning getting into sort of how the services are delivered, by what agency in particular, although there may be an opportunity to explore those issues as well. Obviously, you have limitations on the attention span of voters for conducting a survey like this. So oftentimes, you have to make some tough decisions about where you want to put your emphasis in the limited time you have with voters.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open this up for public comment. I don't see anyone here wishing to comment. Is there anyone online?
I see none.
All right, we'll close the public comment and bring it back for consideration. Or if there's no discussion or consideration remaining, we can entertain a motion.
I move we adopt the resolution.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Heath. Thank you, Ms. Cotter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles.
Mr. Zadnik, do you want to go to our appointments for other people that are staying up late and do Coyotes last, or what do you want to do?
Might as well, yeah.
All right, well, let's do that since we do have many folks staying up late. So let's turn to item 6D. We'll take it out of order. Appointments. And let's discuss. Let's discuss our candidates. The let's find my notes. Hang on a second. All right, so we have 4 categories, 4 committees. I assume we can all do this on one resolution.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. The first is planning, Alex Seidel. I don't know if there's any folks want to have any debate about this. Okay, sounds like we're all in agreement with respect to Mr. Seidel. Next is Terry DeGagny for Historic Preservation Committee.
I believe we need to reappoint, make sure that the motion reappoints incumbents seeking
Yes.
reappointment. We've had a problem with that before.
We will do that. Right, right. We're talking about the open appointments. So Terry DeGagny for Historic Preservation. Any comments? Not seeing any. Excellent. Next is Cynthia Webb for Belvedere Tiburon Joint Recreation Committee.
So I'll dive in on this one. I sit on the ranch board at the moment. Julianne Schaefer, who's the incumbent and is seeking reappointment, is the current chair of the ranch board, and that position continues until January of next year. And that is just a side piece of information, but I serve with her. She's very effective, and so I think it would be problematic to not reappoint her at this stage.
Very well, thank you. Any other comments? All right, not seeing any.
Are we supposed to like actually vote?
Well, I was contemplating that we would make 2 motions at the end, one to reappoint folks who are seeking reappointment, and a second one that would appoint all of the appointees that we agreed upon.
I'm just trying to know when we're.
Right, now that's that's how they're framed, so I thought that's how I would proceed. Last but not least is the Library Agency Board, and we had 2 candidates here tonight, both excellent, Emily Poplawski and Kathy Storr. And this is one where we really do have a choice, and a hard one, I'll say. And I don't know who would like to go first. Councilmember Wilkinson.
I'll go first. So actually, I'm going to have Jane go first because you sit on the library agency, don't you? Sit on the board.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so from my perspective, I know that the library is definitely having issues with their budget. And at the same time, they also are very, very interested in figuring out ways to increase visits to the library and get more information out about the library. And when I read Emily's resume, it seemed like she was perfect for what the library was looking for, because all of her qualifications with the way that her firm increases participation, as well as her knowledge of budgets and raising funds, et cetera. So to me, she would fit the mark for what they're looking for. Obviously, Kathy would do a great job as well, but I'm not sure that what she brings is necessarily the fit for toward going out toward the future. I think also great to have someone like Emily step in here who has some amazing qualifications, and be nice to see her, like I said, come back over the years. So I think she gives us, it would be a nice opportunity for her to jump in as a volunteer.
Thank you.
Jane, can I ask you- Jane, in your experience, is there much grant opportunities for the library? Because I know
My
Kathy talked about
experience,
that.
I've
No,
only been
just-
to one meeting.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they do a lot of, it's true. Kathy has all that grant experience. Yeah. And they absolutely do. Yes. Look for grants.
Yes, please.
Usually. they-
So I agree, two very strong applicants, and it's unfortunate that we only have one spot. I do think I lean towards Emily for a number of reasons. One, just in terms of demographically, she would bring a new viewpoint to the library board, given that she's younger and has a very young child and is uses the library often. I think what the library needs, as Jane had mentioned right now, is strategic business planning primarily in terms of figuring out how to solve their financial difficulties and grow readership and visits to the library. And I think with Emily's background, she is better placed to serve to meet those needs that they currently have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mark.
I think they're both fantastic candidates. I'm convinced by Jane and Sally.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kimitzer.
I do think they're both really fantastic candidates, and so much so that whoever we don't select tonight, I'd like to reach out to invite them to have a stronger volunteer presence in this community. I really wish we could pick both of them. But I actually, it's an even draw for me. So I think that I would go along with Emily for purposes of the motion. I would they would both bring things to this community beyond just the library. And as I say, I wish that we could find a place for both of them. So I may make it, yeah. I agree. And so maybe part of this conversation is to reach out to these people and make sure they stay involved.
Yeah, I guess I would just say, to echo that point, the good news is, with respect to Emily and Kathy, they're going to get appointed somewhere. Only one of them is going to get appointed to the library agency board tonight. I think they both would be terrific. I know Kathy personally. I think she's superb, and I really do think seriously we should reach out to her and find some way to get her involved in a way that's interesting to her. So
I think I can make the motions. Our city clerk outlined it in two motions, I believe. So the first is to reappoint the following incumbents to their respective committees: Pat Carapiet, Planning Commission; George Noss, Historic Preservation Committee; Jenna Watson, Parks, Open Space and Lanes Committee; Nick Markman, Parks, Open Space and Lanes Committee; and Julianne Schaefer, the Belvedere Tiburon Joint Recreation Committee.
I second that.
all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any
Se-
opposed?
And the second motion to appoint applicants to fill the open seats on various volunteer committees and commissions. That includes Alexandra Seidel for the Planning Commission, Terry DeGangi for the Historic Preservation Committee, and Emily Poplawski for the Belvedere Tiburon Library Agency Board of Trustees.
Excuse me, council, I really apologize to do this, but I'm not sure if we checked on whether there's any remote public comment.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
No, I
We
really
did not.
apologize for doing that, given the hour.
We'll open it for public comment. There's no one here. Is there anyone online?
I see none.
No, I'll close the public comment. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that.
Does the first motion and approvals take place, or? Okay, so the second, I announced them all.
And is there a second? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you to all of our applicants who applied and to all of our volunteers. All right. Yeah. All right, let's go then to item 6A concerning the Coyote Wildlife Management Plan.
Thank you, Mayor Lynch. I'm happy to present this evening a final draft of the city's coyote response plan. This plan has been a work in progress. I believe it represents a comprehensive yet focused summary of actions that the city and residents can take to ensure we limit attractants for coyotes, ultimately making Belvedere a less hospitable place for coyotes to visit. Fortunately, since our peak in the fall of last year of coyote sightings, there has been a steadily declining trend in sightings and incidents. This spring, a time when we typically expect to see denning coyotes running around with young pups, we've only received a few coyote reports, and all of them have been minor instances of residents seeing a single coyote. That said, if we're not vigilant, this issue could return to our community. We want to be ready by adapting a response plan as a guiding document. The plan before you outlines the importance of preventative measures, vigilant monitoring of coyote activity, resident and staff training, and if we do find ourselves in a situation like last year, it also includes a response strategy for supplemental aversion conditioning to reshape coyote behavior. And what this means is that we could potentially bring in a specialist team to aggressively haze and recondition a group of habituated coyotes. Most notably, the document contains a coyote behavior and response guide. This is a resource for both staff and residents to better understand that if they see a specific behavior, there's a best practice in the way to respond. This document and online resources include a digital coyote reporting form, and all of these resources are available on the city's main page. I also want to point out that the response plan was intended to be a living document. As new science around coyote management is discovered, or if any part of the response plan becomes inadequate or ineffective, the document, including the online resources, can and should be revised from time to time. I said earlier that this document has gone through many revisions. I would like to thank the Coyote Task Force, specifically Council Members Jane Cooper and Peter Mark, for their tireless hard work in developing this comprehensive plan in a short amount of time. I'd also like to thank Chief Wu and Rebecca Demetric of Humane Wildlife for their hard work as well. And with that, I believe Rebecca may still be holding for us and is available if we do have questions.
Well, she's just going out to look for coyotes right now. Isn't that right? Her day just started. Thank you. Any questions for Robert at this time? Seeing none, let me open it up for public comment. There's no one here with their hand raised. Do we have anyone online?
I see none.
All right, we'll close the public comment and bring it back for any discussion.
I just want to thank Peter and Jane and the staff for really doing a deep dive on this and educating all of us. I've learned a lot from the expert and from you all. And I'm just really grateful that you've put together a report that I think will really benefit our citizens who are all home in bed tonight at this point. But thank you so very much.
I think there's something important to point out that Robert did point it out, and Rebecca has made a very strong point of this every time we speak, and it's resident in the document itself that this is not the end of the road at all. It's an ongoing commitment. It's a seasonal responsibility to be diligent about the education, the response matrix that is in there. The city needs to be and will be prepared to respond to upticks in coyote activity, and hopefully the training and the first responders and potentially the volunteer corps will let us work our way through next winter better than we did this winter.
And we did get 2 volunteers to kick off our volunteer corps. Beyond us, yes. So now there's 4. They haven't been trained yet, but they're ready to go. So that was great. And one quick thing to Chief Wu, I know that we purchased 2 surveillance cameras and 3, great, even better. And Belvedere Community Foundation grants are due August 1st. And I think if Chief Wu filled out a grant for those 3 surveillance cameras, we might get them funded. So I would recommend that we do that, and that'll help keep us within our budget. Obviously a huge, I had no idea Rebecca was waiting this whole time, although it makes sense now because she did let me know that that owl in the tree was a barn owl and not an endangered one. So anyway, thank you, Rebecca. It was a lot of fun traipsing around Belvedere with you and hunting around for dens, which we didn't find. And I think it took you at least 3 explanations to get through to me what a real den meant. So if you're still there, thank you. If you're not, thank you anyway.
I just want to echo the thanks that Robert enumerated. You beat me to it, but I want to thank everyone involved in putting this together. It's kind of astonishing how much was accomplished in the time that we had from the first time we had the forum here and the room was packed till now. We've been so successful, even the people are gone, the Coyotes as well. I also want to just comment on how well done this document is. It's really quite amazing. The document like this has to be short, and it's like one of those things. I'm sorry for the length of this. If I had more time, it'd be shorter. This is as short as it can be, and it is so well done, so thoughtfully and well written. It really does exactly what we need. So thank you for all the work.
And on that, I have to say, Jane and I spent a lot of time on a document, but this is Rebecca's work. She took it in. Took our comments to heart that keep it simple, keep it straightforward, and she did a fantastic job. I mean, I'll credit to her on that.
It's excellent. Well, thanks everyone for putting it together, and we'll now entertain a motion. It's a motion to adopt. That's the motion.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes unanimously. One last item is the open forum. Everyone knows what that is. It's also described on the agenda. There's no one here in chambers. Do we have anyone online?
Mayor Lynch, I see no hands raised.
All right, we will close the open forum, and with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.